Ladies and gentlemen, from 9:30, we will start the presentations for International Design Competition for Nodeul Global Art Island. We expect a full capacity room today, so please fill the seats from the front rows. Please turn your mobile phones to the silent mode or turn it off. And you have all received the interpretation receiver. Channel number 1 is for Korean, number 2 is for English. And please stay with us until the end. We'll have a lucky draw at the end and give away presents to 50 people. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to share the presentation schedule. From 9:40, we will open the forum, introduce the participants, deliver a progress report, and the mayor will speak. And we will listen to 4 presentations until 12:10, and we will have a 15-minute lunch break. Starting at 1 p.m., we will hear from 4 more presenters. And each presenters are given 15 minutes of presentations and 20 minutes of Q&A. So in total, it's 35 minutes. Right after the presentations, the members of the jury will move to a separate room and start their deliberation. And today's presentations Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the open presentations for International Design Competition for Nodeul Island. Welcome, everyone. My name is Kim Chang-kyu. I'm the future space planning officer of the Metropolitan City of Seoul. I'd like to welcome everyone to today's meeting. I'd like to introduce the participants. We have Mayor Oh Se-un, and now I'd like to introduce members of the jury. Chair of the jury, Mr. Tom Main, Head of Morphosis. Representing UN Studio, Wen van Verkel. We have Professor Choi Moon-gyu from the Architectural Engineering Department of Windsor University. And we have Professor Jung Kwon-tae from New York Institute of Technology. Representing Johor Architecture, we have Mr. Lee Jung-kun. From CA Landscaping Technology, Mr. Cho Yong-jun. And we have Professor Kim Yong-hwa of the Korea National University of Arts. Once again, I'd like to thank the members of the jury for their contribution. And we have National Assemblyman Kim Yong-ok with us. And we have Mr. Kang Byung-gun, Master Architect of Seoul Government. And we have Mr. Bae Geun-seok from the Citizens Participatory Ombudsman. And we have members of the Nodeul supporters who were active in sharing the project with other citizens. Once again, I'd like to thank you for their presence here today. And now I'd like to report on the progress of the project. This is Nodeul Island in the present day. It was created in 2019, and there had been some issues with lack of content and cultural spaces, attractiveness, and accessibility. So this is not the final form. According to the 2015 plan, the city will develop the island in stages, striving for its space beyond just resting place. And Nodeul Island is an important juncture where the iconic streets and Han River meet, and is part of the Yeouido, Yongsan, and Nodeul Island triangle. And we started the design idea competition in late 2022, and we listened to various opinions of the citizens till today. And we first started the design idea competition with 7 architects. And we heard their proposals, including art bridges. And this proposal was made with no budget limits. And we held a citizens forum to explain the outcome of the design idea competition. We held 6 exhibitions and meetings with architects and citizens, and we also conducted a citizens design idea competition, and we held open concerts to have a conversation with the citizens. And the citizens have expressed their opinions that they want to take part in the future of the island, and they thought this island was the beating heart of Seoul. So based on these feedbacks, we started the design competition. We decided on the budget and the scope, and the designs were commissioned for aerial part, ground level, podium, and waterfront levels. And we'll be sharing the proposals with you today. Today's selections of the proposal and the architect is the first step to creating the global art island. We'll complete the waterfront and podium by end of 2025, and aerial and ground level will be completed by the end of 2027. We'll create the island together with you. Thank you. And now we'll hear from the mayor.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is a very exciting day. As you just heard, we are now at the end of 2 years of work, and we have arrived on the day where we reveal the final design that will be carried out on the island. We started with a design concept competition, and the design planning competition, and now we are at the main design competition. In the process, many people worked with us, and many people sent their support, especially the young architects were very supportive. And they stayed with us all the way. The fact that we are doing this together with the citizens is very exciting for me. As you know, Nodeul Island is at a very important geographic location. Someone called me being at the center of Nodeul Island, but I don't think it's just me. I believe that all the Seoul citizens and the Korean people are very much interested in this island and project. Also, we call Korea's development the miracle on Han River. That means that Han River is symbolic of Korea. Han River is located at the center of the peninsula. It's not just the geographical meaning, but also there are many other meanings. We recently announced a plan to establish the Yongsan International Business District. That means Yongsan will become the heart of future economic growth. Furthermore, Yeouido is planned to become an international finance hub. That means Nodeul-sam, along with Yeouido and Yongsan, will become a triangle. It is also quite prominent visually as well, because it is at the center of Korea. This triangle is at the center location of Korea. We want this to become an international landmark and also a landmark of Seoul. We want to be proud of this Nodeul Island, and that is why we are holding this international design competition. I believe it's the 29th of May that we will be announcing the winning design. The proposal will be selected as a winner today, and it will become a landmark representing Seoul. In that respect, the many architecture students, Seoul citizens, and anyone interested in architecture will continue to keep a close eye on the process. For the past 2 years, we've worked very hard to work closely with the citizens. And after a fierce competition, we will have a winning design today. That means the winning design will reflect the views of the citizens because of this long process. We see the wonderful models here, and whichever design wins the competition, I believe that it will truly represent the Republic of Korea, and I promise to make it happen successfully. Thank you once again for being with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And now we will hear the presentations from some of the world-renowned architects participating in this design competition. Through their imagination and ideas, we hope that Nodeul Island will be reinvented as a landmark. And now I'd like to hand the microphone over to the chair of the jury, Mr. Tom Main.
Really a pleasure to be here today. It's funny looking back at the audience, I'm speaking this way to you. It's an extremely compelling project, and we've all had a chance to spend some time with looking at the schemes, and we have a 15-minute presentation that's followed by 20 minutes of our conversation, and I'm here not to make a speech right now, to be part of that conversation, and I think you're going to look at some very compelling projects that explore very different directions for this very important project. And we were going to be discussing each project, and you're going to be part of the deliberation, the first part of the project. And then as we come to an agreement that we've completed that conversation, we will have a final session, which will be private, that'll make the final decision of the two schemes that we're choosing. I think with that, we start with the first project. Very much looking forward to it. I think it'd be really interesting, because each one of them explores very different kind of notions. Oh, so I can, so I can actually see. Oh, that's better. I can see you now. Terrific. But it's interesting. This is actually quite unusual for me. These are usually very private conversations, and it's going to be really fascinating having the audience be listening to what would be normally behind-the-scenes kind of discussions. And again, as the head of the jury, it's going to be fascinating for me because I know some of these people, but all of us come at it with a very different notion of a professional kind of set of interests. And so it's very kind of open to where that conversation is going to go. And I myself am looking forward to what's going to happen in the next 4 hours. But looking forward to it, and I hope you enjoy this, and it's actually worthwhile to you. Okay? Who's going to announce the first? Oh, I didn't realize I was supposed to. Okay, with the first team presenting is Kanjung Kim of Systems Lab.
Good morning, everyone. It's a lovely morning. I am Kim Chan-jung from System Lab, and I'm an architect. I would first like to thank the members of the jury who I have always admired for being here early in the morning to judge my presentation, and it's an honor for me to be this first speaker. Let me start now. The graphic that you see on the screen is lovely. It has lovely colors, but the message that it gives is not that nice. It's based on the weather data, and it shows the weather fluctuations and temperature fluctuations in Seoul. And our temperatures have risen by 1.5 degrees every year, and climate change is threatening us continuously. But we feel that we can resist climate change, and we are oblivious to all of this. But Nodeul Island will become a garden for the city, and I believe that it is very important to approach this island in its design from this perspective. And secondly, we observe the users of Nodeul Island. 90,000 cars and 15 bus routes cross over the island every day. It's a very busy intersection. And many citizens of Seoul are visiting the island because public transportation is available. The problem is it's becoming more and more crowded, and so it's becoming less and less pleasant because of this population density. People are finding a space in order to keep the distance from the crowd. And we want Nodeul Island to respond to future demands, and we need sufficient land also to enjoy nature. And Nodeul Island will enable us to respond to climate change and also respond to crowds. And we pondered on what we could do with the soil. The soil absorbs the water and brings down the temperature of the land, and it also enhances biodiversity. So, in order to resolve climate change in the city, we need to increase the amount of soil and earth in the city, and we thought about surface extension as our strategy. Nodeul Island is divided into two by a road. The biotop and the helipad is located on the right, so most of the programming is focused on the left, around the Sunset Garden. Surface extension starts by gently extending the site we can use. By extending the site, we can connect the separated island organically with the mound and balance the density. The new mound is connected to the elevator of the existing building and becomes part of the building. The new mound covering the existing facilities can also become a shelter when responding to climate change. Later in the day, many visitors can enjoy the sunset from the mound. Of course, it can also be transformed into a concert venue. With time, the soil will become more fertile while increasing biodiversity. Nodeul Island will offer a view of an urban garden from the adjacent buildings. Our project proposes a three-dimensional extension of space through a gently sloped mound to maximize the potential of the island. And we want to use soil and earth to do this, to respond to future demand. This is the island as it is now. We created a new mound taking into account its relationship with the existing buildings. We created a new contour line. Nodeul Island is directly impacted by hot southeastern winds in the summer and cold northwestern winds in the winter, which is a typical climate pattern in Korea. By cutting wide when blowing over the biotop in the summer, the cooled southeast wind is absorbed into the site, while the cold wind from the northwest in the winter blows over the cut slope. And the inner mound offers a more stable environment. Detailed incisions are then made based on the different functions and relationship with existing buildings. We will use the rooftop and decks of existing buildings and develop new programs for the newly built mound, while creating a very special waterfront space. As a result, more surfaces and spaces will be available on the island. Walkways connecting the different sites will be designed as gentle slopes. Let's remove the created mound and look at the relationship with the existing buildings. The platform of the existing building is extended and adjusted into a stepped flood wall for better connectivity, so we can move directly from the platform to the waterfront. Pedestrians accessing through the bridge can also access the waterfront directly. By cutting the platform slabs into the right dimensions, we can use them as landscape benches. The glass casing on the cut floor extends our view towards the gallery. The bridge and balconies of the existing buildings create a loop tying the fragmented system into one. The elevators in the existing buildings are extended vertically to connect to the upper mound, which improves accessibility from inside and outside while maximizing the use of retail space. Let's look at the newly created spaces now. Together with the existing lawn, a 3D extended grass field and rooftop cafe will be added. And taking into account the tidal speed fluctuations, we create a water-friendly space, soft edge on the north and a hard edge on the south. Let's look at each of these spaces. Sunset Garden, one of the island's most popular spaces, has been expanded to adjust to the density of users. We built a cafe and restaurant on the existing rooftop of the Live House. all-year operation is possible thanks to an indoor and outdoor deck. The upper-level Gentle Mound offers a panoramic view of the city during a picnic or sunset viewing that is different from the view we get from the main lawn. And during concerts, it becomes a premium balcony seat. Located on top of the island, the reflection pool, surrounded by weeping cherry trees, cools down the temperature in the summer, while in the winter becomes an ice rink to continue the Nodeul Island story. This is the island in spring, where different green spaces and walkways are connected to the river. The different locations I just showed you are connected to the walkways that have been created following the contour line. Walkways are designed at 1/18th and 1/24th inclination from the ground level so that visitors can feel like walking on flat ground even when they're on a slope. The design of a walkway that can be safely and easily used by everyone, including vulnerable pedestrians, is a very important element in our design. The paving of the walkway is also divided into 5. The view of the Han River is different according to the altitude of the walkway. Concrete waste collected while redesigning existing buildings have been recycled for the resting benches installed along the walkway. This is a walkway that also functions as a resting place, surrounded by richly textured walls and floors. This is the Sky Trail above the biotop, where you have a panoramic view of the Han River from the island's eastern side. Walking on this trail above the biotop, we are so close to the forest, we need to be as quiet as possible to pay our deepest respects to nature as we walk by. The main flow of the landscape is creating an island with fields floating in the middle of a megacity, which is Seoul. Instead of gardens that need special care, the island will be landscaped with sustainable wild grass growing around the river. To do this, the newly introduced structure will become the foundation of the mound on the upper level. We will build a lateral force resisting system that will connect the sections on the bending sections without trusses, and this structure will become part of the walkway. And the structure will redefine the inner and outer part of the island. Grassy fields are landscaped around the river from the outside, and the inside is reorganized as a micro-city with the existing buildings. We will use the cascading slope connecting it to the rainwater tank at the bottom to store rainwater when it rains and use this water for landscaping during the dry season. And we can decrease the temperature by 3 degrees during heat waves, and the soil that we have collected here can protect us from climate change. And Nodeul Island will be able to cool itself. And the inner part of the mound is a megacity. And even in bad weather, we can program many different things, and we can also have pop-up stores in this space. Let's see what is possible. The new mountain walkway on the upper level can be converted into a viewing area during big concerts. The center core directly connects the second floor platform to the top of the mound. The glass casing floor on the second level offers a 3D connection with the gallery on the first floor, and we can also decrease air conditioning by 30% through this system. And by mapping the biotop in real time, the exhibition hall inside the upper level of the multipurpose hall, visitors can immerse themselves and learn about the forest from the view of the forest. From the Sky Trail, visitors can observe the forest from above. This walkway has to be enjoyed in silence. It is a space of reflection and connection. And it is a 3D hill where people can enjoy the sunset on an ordinary day, but on special days, it can be transformed into a big garden for a major festival. The new Nodeul Island can handle dynamic, large-scale festivals and also cater to those who just want to enjoy a simple walk. This is Seoul's new nature and landscape. Every time we see it, the island will tell us a different story every season. No longer a place we never go twice, it will become an easy place to go to whenever we feel like it, a place where I feel good, a place where I go when I'm sad, a place that transforms itself radically when it wants to. A trendy place, but also a place where nature and frogs coexist and live in harmony. For this to happen, we need sufficient space we can share, and we hope the 3D mound that has been extended will give breathing room to Seoul and its citizens. Now let's watch a short video. It's been raining since early morning, so it's affecting the commuters, and it will get clearer in the afternoon. It is currently 10 degrees. This will end my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah. It's interesting. I'm not used to doing this in public. These are usually kind of very private conversations. And we decide who's even going to start here, right, and discuss this. It's I would have kind of an immediate question having to do with some very aggressive, kind of powerful kind of an idea. And I'd be curious if your notion is this a project that'd be phased over time, looking at the decision of the city in terms of the amount of investment that they've made for this. Do you see this as a broader urban project that takes place over X amount of phases?
First, as of now, our proposal is not something that is going to be progressive, but it will be a project, a one-time project that will be implemented. But ultimately, within the budget that we have been given, we are working on this specific project. But we have to think about the concept of time, and we have to think about how the island will grow and position itself through time. And the last plan that you saw is our thought of the island in 20 years or 15 years. And in 15 years, after the Yongsan district has been developed, we will see many high-rise buildings near Nodeul Island. And for the next generation, this Nodeul Island could become a very important green garden, a garden that people can look down on from these high-rise buildings. So that's what we imagined. And we have created just one stage for this proposal, but nature will produce us many more stages in the future, we think.
And your assessment is that this is in alignment with the resources that have been given to this project?
Yes?
Yes, okay.
I am sure of it.
Who wants to start?
I have a question. The overall concept of the island is an eco-friendly island. You talked a lot about sustainability, and you cut the island in the middle. There's a incision so we can bring wind inside the island. But from an urban point of view, what kind of concept of sustainability and eco-viability did you consider? And my second question is, I'm not sure what is the distance of the kilometer of the circular pathway, because I think the landscape that we can see from this walkway will be very similar at every angle. So I'd like to know the length of the pathway. For the first question, a city like Seoul, we need to think about what kind of message it wants to give. And all the functions that function for sustainability, they will have an impact on the environment of Seoul for at least 0.01% of cases. But I focused on the edges. It's a public park, a public garden. It's a very public space. And in this public space, I thought about what message it should give to people about Seoul. And it could be biodiversity, it could be the future, it could be soil, or it could be mitigating climate change. I wanted to express all of these messages from the outside, and I wanted to show it externally. And so not just looking at it superficially, but if you go to Nodeul Island, this island on the Han River, this new island is sending us this very environmentally friendly message. I thought that was important to focus on, the attitude of ecological viability. And secondly, the length is less than 5 kilometers. And the looping system is not quite 5 kilometers, but everyone can choose the path that they want to take. When you look at the model, it's not going round and round. You can take the elevator while walking on the path, go to another place at your leisure. And we will have visitors that come to visit the island, but we will also have people who go to the island regularly for other purposes. And people, we want people to discover their favorite places in the island and go to these places. We can look at the Han River with a 360-degree panoramic view from everywhere. And we looked at the different wildlife for each sections. And we tried to look at the changes when the view is from afar, from when the view is from up close. And in the middle, the halls are in open spaces, and we can look inside through the halls. And we wanted the visitors to meet with the different facilities during their walk in order to enjoy the island.
Thank you for your presentation. It was very fascinating. I'm also curious about the ecological aspect of the project, simply because the amount of soil surfaces against the construction surfaces are maybe not in balance. And one could say that is maybe a sensitive topic, but on the other hand, you wanted to create this mountain and also create an internal space what could be activating this mountain. So that's your idea, but where did this idea come from? What is really your idea? What is the essence of your concept, I would like to know.
Initially, as I mentioned at the beginning, I wanted to extend the surface where we could put in more soil. So I had two things on my mind. Nodeul Island, right now, on the riverside, on the waterfront, is covered with concrete and has a lot of limitations. And it's really hard to extend land on that side. So working with conditions that we have, if we think of it two-dimensionally, if Nodeul Island is 100, I wanted to expand this length of 100 so that we could put in more earth and we could create more spaces that people could use. And the only way to expand the surface was to approach it from a three-dimensional perspective. It was only physically possible if we created a mound. And we need to keep the existing buildings. So at the beginning, we brought in a lot of soil in order to build the mound. We thought about that at the beginning, but it was physically a bit difficult. And we put only 1 to 2 meters of soil on the surface to create the mound. And Nodeul Island was able to get these two spaces and could program many more things. And this surface could become a breathing surface. We wanted to make it into a breathing surface, and we wanted to expand the surface as much as possible three-dimensionally. I mean, that was the essence of my idea. Thank you for that presentation. You had a lot of good ideas. I have a few questions. It's not an ecological question, but it's a technical question. If we look at the waterfront level, you say that you'll be putting in programs there later. We have the water taxis and other programs that could be possible. What kind of programs are you considering for the waterfront? And with the new buildings next to the existing buildings, the inside, I think, will change. And I'd like to know the relationship between the inner space and the existing infrastructure. And I think you are imagining the green space that is continuously expanding, and we can see the green space on the bridge. But in the long term, where is this going? I would like to know, this green space. You have a lot of questions, so I'll answer the last question first. Nodeul Island is symbolizing the country, and it's a very important green area with a forest. And when you reach the end of Nodeul Island, there is a tunnel that blocks the island, and we would like to extend that. And we would like to connect it to Sangdo-dong and Heuseok-dong, and we want to connect it with the mound, and that's what we wish for it to happen. With regard to the relationship of the inner part that we have newly created with the existing infrastructure, for this project, so actually I had never visited Nodeul Island before this project, but after I started working on the project, I visited the island many times, and I experienced this personally. Today, the weather is very nice, and even when we visit the island, when the weather is really nice, in the plaza, in the middle of the existing building, we cannot spend more than 1 hour in the plaza, in the existing building, because it's uncomfortable. And so we can use the retail spaces, but we can go to the main garden, the sunset garden, to enjoy the sunset late in the afternoon. But we have to take into account the time that the visitors will be visiting the island to provide them with good experiences at each point in time. And we can also decrease the heat and decrease the use of air conditioning by making this into a very pleasant island by using different methods. And because of climate change, Korea used to have 4 seasons, but the climate temperatures are fluctuating. And I think Nodeul Island will be able to balance the situation. And we can create a top canopy where people can enjoy time inside the island. I know you had one more question, but I forgot. The waterfront area programming. On the south, the water velocity is very high. And so water taxis or ferry docks is something that we can contemplate. But right now, people cannot access that edge of the island right now. We have concretes and stands to resist the water velocity. So we need some kind of infrastructure to resist the water flow. And we need to create programming where people can comfortably sit down and enjoy time there. And on the western part of the island, we will have sedimentation. So maybe Nodeul Island could be expanded into an eco space. We just created small walkways there. But in the soft edges, maybe we can create eco parks where people can experience nature. And I'm not going to program something specifically in these locations yet. It's still open, and we just want to expand the spaces a little bit more without specific programming.
It's interesting, we're set up in Neil here, so I have no connection between the faces. I would ask a question that I know was going to come up during the jury. What is your sense about the iconographic, the kind of the symbol of the thing? It seems as though you're very, I'm not going to answer my own question in a way, that you're very involved in the experiential, and that would be the kind of the understanding as you use this, it would become important. Is the notion of the symbol, the icon as a kind of a major new event in the city, is that something that you've thought about, talked about? That the delta, the shift in what we see after this project, that's somehow evident to the population.
I think I answered this partly in my previous answer. What are we going to lean towards? Are we going to go this way or that way? I think we need to ask ourselves, what is a landmark for the city? I think that was the question that I had from the beginning of the project, from the outset. A landmark can be created topographically or figuratively, and it can be created by a computer, and we can create many different landmarks in this way. But my project wants to show what kind of message and attitude the island needs to have. This attitude can become a landmark because I think it's important for the island to become a favorite destination for people. Because when I travel overseas, people tell me I need to visit a certain tower, but other people say people who live in Copenhagen, they go to these places, they enjoy the sunset from here, they lie down here, and these are very important things. And so this is the perspective I try to take. How could the citizens of Seoul use Nodeul Island as a destination and enjoy themselves? When you go to Nodeul Island, people are sitting on a mat, sitting on blankets, drinking beer and eating chicken. And we also have foreigners also on the island. So people want to have this local experience on the island, just like the local people. And so instead of a wow landmark that is eye-catching, I wanted to show something that is socially appealing, something that is very close to our daily life, destination that people want to go to. People will want to go back to it and revisit it, and they'll never get bored with it. That was the concept that I had. And 90,000 cars cross over the island, and for each season, I want the drivers to enjoy how the island transforms itself every season. And I want the drivers to realize that we have this wildlife inside Seoul.
And as an architect, you're constructing landscape.
Actually, for me, that is a very important and difficult question also. Between man-made and nature, in the middle, we have to find something, define something that is in between. We have to define a layer between the man-made and nature. And how are we going to define it and develop it? So I don't think landscape and architecture has to be separated necessarily. Behind, you can see many walkways, circular roads, and they are very constructive. And by piling on soil and earth to create this mound, I think we can work on different types of spaces, and we can work together on making this possible. And that's why it's exciting.
So I think we have to complete now? Yeah. Okay, hey, thank you very much for a very lovely presentation.
Thank you.
Our second presentation today is we're pleased to see Bjarke Engels. And Bjarke had a very personal thing taking place that he couldn't be here today. And giving that presentation will be Catherine Wong. Catherine, thank you so much.
perfect.
Hi, I'm Bjarke Ingels. I am the founder
Is it
and
loud
lead
enough?
architect of BIG, Bjarke Ingels Group. I'm standing here in our New York studio, and while I'm unfortunately unable to be with you in person, I feel very much like I'm with you in spirit, and my team, of course, is there. We are all incredibly honored by the opportunity to engage in this forum to help you imagine what the future garden heart of Seoul could look like. Nodeul Island, as it currently stands, is a beautiful example of culture, landscape, and design. The name Nodeul, evocative of birds, is the ecosphere and home to the aquatic narrow-mouthed frog. The primary challenge preventing Nodeul Island from being the most important garden and cultural destination in the heart of Seoul is how it has been cut off from the city and the way that the garden is cut off from culture. So first, we propose to unite the island, introducing a bold new structure that spans the highway, reconnecting the island's divided parts from coast to coast and from side to side. This new addition not only mitigates noise and pollution, but also serves as a unifying element, turning a barrier into a gateway, turning a separation into a bridge. Secondly, we activate the space. At the heart of Nodeul Island, a central hub emerges, branching out in all directions with a versatile canopy.
Oh, sorry. Jesus. Oh, fuck. Oh no. Please excuse that.
Hi, I'm Bjarke.
Where did it go? No, he didn't finish, actually.
Hi, I'm Bjarke Ingels. I am the founder.
Can you? Ooh.
Hi, I'm Bjarke Ingels. I am the founder and lead architect of BIG, Bjarke Ingels Group.
No.
I'm standing here in our New York studio, and while I'm unfortunately
Can we pass
unable.
forward? No, too far? Okay, well, I can continue. I apologize for technical difficulties. It was quite a good speech, but is it possible? Can we actually play the rest of it, or is it impossible? I will try one last time, and then I don't know how to. Is it possible?
리스타트?
No. Go back to where he cut off.
중간에 영상 멈추고 싶어 하시는데 저희가 이거를 계속 처음으로 돌아가게 되거든요. 영상을 처음부터 그냥 계속 리스타트하게 되거든요. Do you want to continue the
Yes, it cut off because it.
okay. 잠시만 화면 넘겨주실래요? 잠시만 화면 좀 넘겨주실래요? 아니면 영상은 다음으로. 근데 재생이 아니고 중간에 멈추시길 원하세요.
Should we just play it again?
Hi, I'm Bjarke Ingels. I am the founder and lead architect of. Hi, I'm Bjarke Ingels. I am. Hi, I'm Bjarke Ingels.
It's one video. I don't have to. You have to finish that. It would be nice. Okay, it's okay. We don't have to do it. Okay.
Maybe end of the presentation we will.
We can play it again at the end if there's time. I think it could be possible. Oh my God, what's going on? Okay. All sorts of. I apologize. I obviously, I'm not great with technology. Can I take this? I have to. Okay. Thank you for having us here. I apologize again for the technology. Nodeul Island. what an amazing place. We were so excited to be here that we visited this weekend, and there was a music event, and it was actually wonderful to see. There's great energy and an amazing atmosphere, but there is a strange disconnect and an inability to navigate through all of the island. And I think what was interesting is that there is such potential here to become something really, really great for the city of Seoul if we could just reconnect all the elements and have it work together in synergy. So we have, our proposal is a new infrastructure, one that has minimal intervention for maximum impact to enhance the feeling of the island. It's a 3-step transformation that reconnects the island and creates a kind of complete ecosystem of its parts. Like the ripple it's named after, it's a series of expanding interventions that overlap and enhance. We start at the road. Thank you. The kind of entry and gateway to the island. Expand to the rest of the plateau, and then to the rest of the island, the edge of the water, and the city itself. I call it a highway, but it is a road. The road and the bridge is a unwitting dominant character in the island. It is a source of noise and air pollution, and is a barrier both psychological and physical. We simply propose to cap it, to cut off the noise and the air pollution, almost like a land bridge, to reconnect the two sides. But instead of for animals, it's for people and art and culture. We mix the forest side with the culture side. The geometry is a perfect dome with cutouts to create access points, and maybe even a barrier in an almost traditional sense. The structure, tried and true, is a light steel frame with a concrete deck. It's a prefabricated module that allows for maximum impact for the least amount of road closure. And what we've done here is to create a new gateway to the island, a new framed entry, a way to kind of be welcomed into the island. And what we've done is also created the kind of uniting of both halves. And from this point, we wanted to encourage exploration. So what do we do for that? We create 8 branches out, 8 roads from the center, a new center. Google says people walk 2 minutes and then they get bored. So what we've done is we've created a series of nodes outwards, leading people from the center to the rest of the island and then to the water's edge. And these are where we've placed our new program. A program that activates the entire island with a similar kind of a unified expression, but a diversity of experience and exploration. The canopies themselves do a lot of work. They have solar cells, they catch the water, they recycle, they bring it to recycling tanks where we can use it again to settle the dust and pollution. And of course, they act as an elevated kind of canopy that takes you around the island. The overall shape may be reminiscent of the bird the island takes after, is organized in 3 layers: the ground level, the plaza level, and the aerial, so that you experience the space on multiple levels. At the ground level, we solve the connection to the city, and we create the iconic gateway At the plaza level, we add 2 new programs flanking the roadway and basically transform what used to be no man's land into the new heart, garden heart of Nodeul Island. From here, the arms extend. They catch the small, they catch the small parts, the rest of the small programs on the island, basically uniting them and giving them a kind of cohesion and intimacy and additional function. Here you see the kind of utopian view surrounded by hanging gardens. The cars are passing underneath, but you don't feel it. And the inside of the new art gallery exhibition space that we propose on one side, and on the other side, the cafe. Here, you have access to the roof that takes you to the canopy level, where we actually create new functions. On one side, you have the skywalk into the forest. The other side becomes an elevated walkway that connects you to the second floor and the roof gardens of the surrounding context. Here you can see that it also becomes an arcade, creating a sheltered cover for all the programs, allowing for spill out and activation of what's already there, and an elevation and excitement. And of course, the canopy also brings you closer to the sky, gives you the view of the city, reveals the rest of the island to you so that you continue onwards. And although the expression is similar, the experience changes with the context and the function required. In the trees, the canopy branches open, avoiding trees, allowing for light to pass through, and giving you a feeling of walking, maybe in a treehouse. Over the plaza, it condenses into a shading canopy and arcades to the side, and an elevated walkway that connects to all the surrounding program. Over the highway, we basically create a noise barrier and a pollution barrier with a media screen that welcomes people as you come in. It's very visible. It becomes the announcement to the city, the new gateway to the island. And the buildings themselves take on the same rippled expression in the roof, almost a kind of clear story system so that you have an amazing light within. And then the third intervention ripples out to the landscape. We make a new, we enhance the existing ecologies, create new ones, and also reconnect people and visitors to the landscape for more free exploration and experience of the island. We create a network of cascading paths, accessible paths, that allow you to reconnect to the rest of the island. The paths, again, have different experiences. They're buried in the hills where the ecology is delicate. We float above. And then, of course, we experience the treetops as well. The floodwalls we keep intact, but we pull hills into them, creating resilient areas to buffer against the floods. We also focus on the edge of the island, using large stone elements to create a buffer that is also given program to activate the public realm. Birthing facilities, pop-up walls, excitement, floating stages. And the shapes and the kind of expression of the hills themselves are an enhancement of the existing ecologies. We also look for opportunities to create new ones by removing hardscape where we can, and introducing new green areas and ecologies of different flora and fauna. Like the riparian buffer edge with hydrophilic plants and different ecological gardens. And of course, we maintain the endangered species of the narrow-mouthed frogs. As we go forward, we also have the opportunity here to introduce new activities and experiences to mix the programs between the forest side, the nature side, and the cultural side, so that they can work in tandem to reinforce each other. We place sculptures into the landscape, interactive interventions in the hills. We have places for rest and repose, but also for activity. And we try to repurpose the helipad so that it becomes an active part of the society, of the landscape. Where the ecology is delicate, we float above. And where it's robust, we encourage exploration and new experiences. So, with this proposal, as a starting point, which was a very pragmatic solution, we create a utopian vision for the city, for a new landmark, a new island that celebrates culture and art and nature. One that's connected with the rest of Seoul, but also within itself, with places of rest and repose, but also of activity and excitement. We make a new icon, a new garden heart for the city of Seoul. Thank you.
Could you go back to the early slide that shows the symmetrical, the movement system? I have a question that when I was looking at the drawings, I was trying to understand.
Let me maybe.
The very beginning, there's the loop that goes under the bridge. I was just going to ask you.
Oh, this one. One of these.
I didn't quite understand the.
Should I? Okay. I will. Is it part of
It sets up the
very beginning?
The whole first diagram.
Gotcha. Okay. Apologies.
Yeah, right there. What is the upper the upper one that goes under the bridge? What is that?
So we envision it to be a pier. We try to give different functions to each of the loops. We actually are able to continue it towards the water's edge and float it over the water.
And the opposite one?
The opposite one connects.
The pathway to
Correct. It connects straight into the pathway that is already existing on the bridge.
Ben, you want to take?
Yes, interesting, especially there where you talk about the ripples, and of course you can see the ripples coming back in several themes and topics of the whole project. Maybe I have a nasty question, and that is that if you would have to deal with less of the existing buildings, less than the 30%, would that change your project?
No, I think actually the proposal is extremely flexible. It can take a lot of expanding, contracting, and that's one reason we propose it too. And it's also very feasible. I think we would start by capping, of course, the roadway, but then everything is built on top of that structure. So it's something that can be done over time or all at once. In terms of the buildings themselves, we can imagine, one of them being a building and the other one being an open canopy, or it could take a lot of different forms. What we've proposed here is to try to create the best synergy between all the elements, but we can definitely imagine thinner, smaller buildings or more open canopies. I think it's a very malleable but robust scheme.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for a wonderful presentation. I really appreciate particularly like minimal intervention and maximum impact idea. And sorry for the technical difficulty at the beginning.
I'm very sorry.
But we saw Björk's introduction 5 times. I feel like now I know him personally almost.
Now you're friends.
My question is, the project is actually historically very important. It's north side, you have more than 500 years of history. On the south, it's probably a couple of decades. Yeah. And then there is a highway to side. So with this project, city or a lot of citizens imagine somehow connecting and then healing the cutoff, which was built during the industrialization process, urbanization process. Yeah. Now the issue is that's why there was the idea of a symbolism, sometimes misunderstood as an icon. Yeah. So how can you imagine the symbolism somehow, or a sense of community, the importance got to come somehow visually or experientially. So right. How you imagine this project would
how I imagine it as an icon. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes. Well, first we identified some key views where it becomes an icon. The first one is, of course, upon the entry. So that's also why we tried to create cascading gardens and the media facade in a way to impact and guide the people who are coming by car. It becomes a kind of announcement in that sense, and an active one. The other kind of major view we find is that there are towers surrounding the Han River, and the view almost of the island as in almost this kind of a view. You see the roofs. So we wanted to create something that was very clean also from in geometry from the top. And what that means is also that we have this kind of meeting. We wanted to also symbolically say it's a meeting point. It's a place, it's a heart. It might be silly, but it's like 2 of these little hearts that you see around. And at the same time, iconic for us also meant that you have an experience when you visit, when you're in the space. And I think that is created in the heart as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your endeavor. It's a very interesting idea. But I just want to have a question about the structure. So the river is kind of the structural system, I guess it. So could you explain about your structural system? So how many people can access on the roof pass or something? And this is very important calculation of the structure.
How many people can be on the canopy? Is
right,
that the question?
Yeah.
So the canopy at the narrowest point is about 5 or 6 meters. We imagine that it allows for groups of people to occupy and pass. We've calculated the loads, as you've seen, for quite a large live load. And I think this is something that we can, of course, continue to refine as we go forward. We imagine that if needed, the structure it's not hovering. It is actually on thin elements, and they go over the highway as well. So it's actually very rational and a very down-to-earth structural system. Did that?
Can I ask you, is this a really clear, you've developed this hub.
Yes.
And the formal relationship in the bridge, it becomes the entry point.
Yes.
And it's symmetrical on both sides. And then with that, it's parallel to the movement of people coming in. It services that, right?
It welcomes.
And then the other one, it seems to, and it's very it concentrates this intersection.
Yes.
And the rest is basically just an expansion of landscape.
Yes.
And then it goes through the various activities, and you show the opportunities. But it's more or less left as park, right? Mm-hmm. But then you look at the other one, and one of them forms clearly a space interior, and your objective is now to kind of connect the various functions that already exist on that from the internal. And one of the things I'd ask is, seen from both sides of the city, the buildings become very prominent and they're somewhat not extraordinary buildings, let's say, et cetera. And that'd be one question in
Yes.
terms of your thinking about that, because the image would still be seen at eye level, at car level, would be the existing buildings on both sides. And the other one is on the other side, you form a very parallel space, this arena, a piazza, what do you want to call it, a space, and it's going through the forest, but it's actually under the trees a bit. It's not kind of much, it's weaving through it.
Through the trees.
And it does produce a space now, which is just an abstract idea, because it's not used as that. Could you talk about both of those?
Yes.
Both the one the interior is really clear. You're forming you're reforming the fronts of those pieces and you're unifying them, right?
Yes.
But from the outside, it's going to appear like, right? It's a complete internal scheme.
Completely. It's a good question, actually, and I think a lot of it is actually, as you said, we do focus the kind of architectural intervention in the center, on the plateau, the above ground. We've tried with, and I apologize, this isn't, we don't show the topography as well in this diagram as some of the later ones, but there is topography that we pull up to hide, especially the roads that come by. Whoa, I think I have a, whoa. My hand is obviously shaking. The topography is meant to hide some of the buildings that are there, to mask it, and the trees that have a ring around it is also a way to kind of transform that edge into something a little bit more natural and a little bit more integrated with the rest of the island. In terms of the loop that goes through the trees, and again, the trees are the wrong scale, so that's my bad. But you would be walking through the trees, and the idea is that you have this kind of treetop walk that then elevates at the end to create another observatory out towards the city. Because that is actually the side of the island that you have a more expansive view. It doesn't have that bridge next to it, so you actually have the open view. And we wanted to really emphasize the attraction there.
네, 저도 질문이 하나 있는데요.
I also have a question. Spatially, you're making a concentrated space on top of the bridge, but actually Nodeul is a place where you need to bring people.
I'm so sorry.
죄송합니다.
Would you mind?
다시 한번 질문해
Could
주시겠습니까?
you say it one more time? I'm so sorry.
Yes, the overall design shows that you've concentrated the space in the middle of a Han River. But I believe that Nodeul's image is all about bringing people out to the edges of the waterfront and promoting activities there. But right now, everything seems to be concentrated in the center. I wonder why. And this large canopy to the east and west are not connected in space. So I'm asking why it's not connected. And on the edges of the waterfront, you seem to have a lot of stones and rocks brought from quarries, and that's a huge amount. When you create this sort of edge, ecologically and aesthetically and experientially, what was the purpose and what does it result in?
Thank you so much, and I apologize. I forgot my ear. I think it's also a very, very good question. I will try to answer them in parts. Yes, the architectural intervention remains, as was asked for in the brief, in the top part of the island. But actually, our presentation was in two parts, so that the landscape is actually also an active contributor to the way that the space is perceived. We really try to also bring back a lot of the natural edge, because you're right, it is the kind of icon of the island, is the nature, is the preserved forest, is all these elements on the edge. So in our proposal, we leave, of course, the architecture in the center, but we do try to bring, through the paths and the activation of the landscape, bring people to the edge of the water. And we also believe that having an extremely green and natural ecological island is iconic in that way. In terms of the edge, this is something that we were playing with because, of course, there is a lot of flooding, and we wanted something that was resilient. This is something that we can also continue to work with. We believe that it's actually a very active public realm, and worth the kind of effort it takes to create that kind of interactive edge. But of course, I think that is something that is that we would love to continue to discuss as we go forward. Did I get everything? Thank you.
As you make the building small, you have a lot of land left over. Did you work with a landscape designer? Can you elaborate a little bit more on your landscape concept?
Yes, absolutely. So we have our own landscape department who we collaborated very closely on for the project. Oh, sorry. Oh, should I go to the... Okay, let's go there. Sorry, we have to... I can try to... If there's... Maybe it's faster if we just... Something like this, or do you want the plan? So if we look at the landscape plan, it's all about accessibility. It's about creating, in a similar language, the idea that we can actually make it to every part of the island. I think the current existing form of the island is very cut off from itself. You're not able to cross the walls. You're not able to, except there are pinch points. So the flow is very restricted to how you can navigate the island. So what we've tried to do is actually mitigate those pinch points by bringing in accessible ramping slopes, accessible paths that allow us to almost navigate a freedom of exploration of all the parts of the island. And then within that kind of overall main goal, we've tried to create many different experiences so that it's not one experience you have, that the paths are continuously changing. Let me see if I can find it. The paths are continuously changing. You have different experiences. You're on the ground, you're almost underground, you're above in the air. And then the different programming of the landscape with resting areas, activity areas, and the different kind of resiliency actions that we've taken to create, to enhance and to create new ecosystems for the island. And we really try to, of course, toward the north side, to the other side, to try to kind of clean up a lot of the hardscape. Sorry. Thank you.
I think we're just about out of time, are we? I want to ask one quick question.
Yes, sir.
Could you define how you see this project strategically versus as a fixed architectural design?
Strategically for the...
As a broad urban idea.
Yes.
It's a beginning of a broad concept versus
yes.
a piece of architecture.
We've always seen Nodeul Island as this kind of springing off point, a place that kind of can be the start of change and then expand out because it's so central to the heart of Seoul. And we imagine it as the first transformation into more of a garden city. It's kind of a garden heart here. And I think there's a lot, a garden and kind of sustainable, resilient showpiece for the future. We really try to kind of integrate as many ideas to mitigate the kind of heat island, air pollution, noise pollution, energy consumption minimalization, sorry, in the ideas, and then that it could stand as an example, as a kind of vision for the future of Seoul.
Terrific. Thanks so much. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you very much. I apologize again for the technical difficulties.
I'm told we're going to take a 5-minute break. We have to do some technical stuff. Yeah, yeah.
자리 좀 가주세요. 이제 시작하는데.
예, 곧 세 번째 발표를 시작하겠습니다.
We are
자리에
going to
앉아주시면
start the
감사하겠습니다.
third presentation. I would like to invite everyone to return to their seats.
알았어. 오케이. 예, 곧 발표를 시작하도록
We will
하겠습니다.
start the third presentation shortly.
진행상 말씀드리겠습니다. 좀 전 발표 때 BIG 발표에 동영상을 좀 못 본 게
We
있는데요.
were
이
unable
동영상은
to see the video
오전 네 번째 발표가 완료하고
BIG presentation.
그러다 잠시 그 못 본 동영상을 보도록 하겠습니다. 세 번째 발표 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
Fourth presentation, we will turn on the video so that you can look at it again. Let's start the third presentation now, if the presenter is ready.
네, 그 서울의 발표 시작하겠습니다.
So I will start
서울의 이
my
의미 있는
presentation.
장소인 노들섬에
And,
저희의 생각을 전해드립니다.
It's an honor for us to present our project for Nodeul Island, a place that holds a special meaning for Seoul. Nodeul Island, located in Seoul, a city with a 600-year history, surrounded by mountains and water. Seoul is a city that is unique and very different from other cities. Surrounded by mountains over the years, with the formation of valleys and rivers, squares and roads were built around these places where people gathered. Since modernization, the two-dimensional city fabric evolved into a more three-dimensional, multi-layered fabric, seamlessly weaving the city underground, on the ground, and above the ground. There is also a certain order and logic in this disorder and chaos. The location and flow of the palace next to the mountains tells us that villages and later the city was built around the relationship between infrastructure and nature. In this flow of mountains and water, infrastructure and high-rise buildings have been built along the Han River, making Seoul a megacity. Through different landscapes and interactions, Seoul has developed into an attractive and positive city. This is how we perceive Nodeul Island, an island created by nature, rebuilt by humans. The island, covered in concrete, is a hard boundary and edge floating on the river. An island in the city is no longer a problem we need to solve. It is an opportunity to create a new landscape for the city that can offer the citizens a very special experience. A place to breathe in the city and the island, in our daily and special moments, in nature and buildings, a place where sustainable culture, ecosystems, and nature can coexist, a place to breathe in the city. This is our vision. We propose three concepts for a new Nodeul Island: future infra, symbolizing the future of Seoul; GeoWeb, a meshed topology to connect nature and people; and Nature Node, an eco-island that can breathe. We imagine a new island while respecting the existing flow of the island. We see the island as three canvases. In the west, we have existing cultural facilities. And on the east, we have the forest and nature. And in the middle, a road that crosses over the river. At the edge of these three areas, we can create the future infrastructure of Nodeul Island. The SkyTrail GeoWeb is an organic mesh structure that connects the east and western part of the island, as well as the aerial and waterfront levels, spreading over the whole island. We reorganize a water-friendly waterfront level to help the continuous flow of land, water, and people. The natural flow that circulates around the whole island will create an eco-island and integrate the island. This is the design process. Today, cultural facilities are concentrated in the west, biotopes and nature are concentrated in the east. There will be minimal alterations to the existing buildings on the ground level. We will reorganize part of the deck on the west to improve connectivity from the ground level to the waterfront level, securing a clear view. A mesh-type GeoWeb will be built on the aerial level, minimally interfering with the existing buildings. GeoWeb is an elevated walkway that meets the ground and rises up to the central area. Between the meshes that are like slopes, there are walkways and stepping stones where we can discover nature and plants. Water will circulate down the GeoWeb, filling the streams and waterfalls, watering the biotopes and wetlands, cascading down. The pedestrian flow will also flow in the same way. Let's look at future infra, which is also at the aerial level. A vertical core is installed at points with minimal interference to existing facilities. On an open platform with a 360-degree view of the Han River, cafes, restaurants, exhibition halls will be placed at access and adjacent points, and there will also be an observatory. This is the new Nodeul Island. The cultural infrastructure floating above nature creates a new connection between nature and the city. The plants and animals living on the island and the experience of visitors will create a living and breathing island. This is the master plan. Access is possible by car, via Hangang Bridge, or by walking. Water taxis and boats can also access the island on the south and north platforms. Inside the island, the circulation flow is seamlessly connected. On the west, we have the waterfront area where culture and nature come together. The ground level will be tightly programmed as a cultural playground for the citizens. And on the right, we have the ecological area where we have native forests and wetlands. Let's look at the details for each level. This is the waterfront and podium area. This is where we can experience nature and river from up close. The edge of the waterfront has been designed following nature's line, creating a soft edge. With the wetland park and sunset garden, here we can place the floating stage, where visitors can enjoy concerts and the sunset. On the south and northern platforms, floating berthing facilities will enhance access to the island through water transportation. The circular walkway that circles the island around the waterfront will be planted with natural wild grass so that visitors can enjoy the river and nature with every changing season. The podium and waterfront levels, physically divided and separated before, are now integrated into one topography thanks to the wetland and creation of the slope. This will help visitors feel closer to nature and the river while providing an eco-space that is more resilient to the changing water levels that are triggered by climate change. This is the lovely sunset that we can view from Wetland Park. The waterfront floating stage can hold different shows with the sunset and the river in the background. The public steps for viewing, which follow the natural inclination, is a place to relax while enjoying the view. Accommodating up to 2 1,000 people, this area can be divided to cater to big concerts or small outdoor performances like busking. Concerts with the sunset and the river in the background will be a celebration of music and water. This is the ground area plan. We will reorganize part of the deck of the existing facilities to maximize the use of the water playground and event garden. We will expand the biotop to preserve the forest in the east to find the right balance between the ecosystem and the landscape. The existing pathway for cars and pedestrians will not change, but vertical routes will be added on the aerial walkways. This is the water playground. A waterfall cascades down the courtyard, and there is a shallow area where kids can play. It is a space for play and relaxation, where the eye can intersect at different levels. A place that can host waterfall concerts in a big bang way, and this place can also be transformed into an eco-friendly wetland and move closer to nature if needed. We will continue to preserve the willow forest and the biotop habitat in the west, and we will expand the wetland around the frog forest, planting different species to create different habitats for biological diversity. Inside the eco-forest, a walkway covered in soil and a deck will create a space where man and nature can coexist in harmony. This is the plan for GeoWeb, for the aerial walkway. The GeoWeb is a continuous walkway connecting the island's waterfront to the ground level and east to west. The aerial walkway can be accessed from the ground level through many access ramps and vertical pathways. The stepping stones installed at the ridge of the meshes can encapsulate water, plants, and cultural events. GeoWeb is not just a walkway. This is a view of the GeoWeb, but it's not just a walkway. It's a cultural topology of the island that can intersect with the nature and the city, the human and the ecology. Pedestrians are connected to programs as they walk the three-dimensional slopes, and new places to view the island and the city are provided. GeoWeb's lower-level wetland showcases its authentic value and maintains its primitive beauty by amplifying the diversity of our fauna and flora. The stepping stones on the upper level of GeoWeb is where visitors can relax with water, plants, and nature and function as an art island for the citizens. GeoWeb structure is based on UHPC, a precast concrete methodology. The concrete stones holding the water and plants and horizontal material used for the walkways are structurally connected to minimize the footprint of the columns and foundations. By using the precast material transported by water, we will minimize environmental impact during construction on site. By using a modular system and the right structural construction material, we can adjust the density of the structures to fit the overall budget. This is the future infrastructure. Connected to the existing facilities, cafes, a cafe and a vertical observatory is built on the west wing and exhibition halls on the east wing. The external grid space is a semi-outdoor space. At each node, 8 vertical cores will be built from the ground, offering easy access to the upper level. This is a magnified view of each wing. The 8-grid structure is simple and can be modified easily for different purposes. Restaurants and cafes will have a view of the forest and biotop in the east, providing a refreshing moment to visitors. The 70-meter high vertical observatory will provide a fantastic view of Seoul at 360 degrees, especially during the sunset. Future Infra is a flexible, multi-purpose platform. A crane rail integrated with the framework is installed on the upper level. Containers can move around this rail and can be stacked, creating spaces of different sizes in a very flexible way. In this multi-level space, we can hold large-scale exhibits and cultural events, lectures, official performances, and small performances, as well, to truly stimulate creative cultural exchanges. This large space can also be used as a social shelter during emergencies like floods or the pandemic. It's a flexible platform that can be adopted to our social needs. Future Infra framework will be built integrating long-span SRC and steel. The roof and permeable elevation is built with punched metal. In some sections, there is a connection to GeoWeb's aerial walkway. Future Infra empties the forms like the tides of the river and becomes the background of the city landscape. The media wall we see when driving across the Hangang Bridge at night is a space that showcases the changing city as well as reflecting the city. Maybe our future city is something that is unpredictable in an unpredictable world. And floods is something that we are used to with climate change. And since the Han River is close to the sea, the water level fluctuates a lot. This vertical infrastructure implies that a new level can be expected in the future city. With the rise of water levels, when the reorganization of a city's horizontal and vertical structures are needed, as a new foundation and platform of the city, it may be possible to build a new space on the upper level. This is an image of the sunset as seen from Future Infra and GeoWeb when looking at the waterfront. An authentic Nodeul Island can only be created through cultural activities and the ecological potential of the site. Megacity and the island, nature and human activities. Our goal is to create urban nature where art and nature can breathe together by finding the right balance between the two. And as a future infrastructure, we would like to respond to the different social and environmental changes. Thank you for your attention.
Does anybody want to start this?
I have a question. So you are giving us new proposals based on an ecological background. It has to be sustainable if it's ecological, but the Han River, the water level rises up in the summer during heavy rain, and the edge on the east, you want to change the edge to become more closer to nature by taking away the concrete, and I'd like to know how that is possible. And my next question is, we have two separated islands that is connected through GeoWeb. But GeoWeb, is it just connected as a circular pathway, or is there a functional connection between the two? And last question, GeoWeb, it's going to be built on the existing buildings. Then how will the buildings underneath be viewed and considered? Because you haven't explained that in your presentation. First, the existing island, when I went on site, I could see that during the modernization phase, and in order to make the Han River more stable, it is covered by concrete, by flood walls. The island is covered by concrete flood walls. And that's why it's kind of like a man-made city, a man-made island, an artificial island. So we want to revive nature in the island. And there is a lot of potential in terms of ecology that had been limited up to now. We want to adjust the concrete so that we can reorganize the waterfront level. We can have nature and new types of birds and species that can be there in order to create a new type of ecosystem. With regard to the GeoWeb, we think the GeoWeb has potential because of two things. First, it can connect people together from east to west. The GeoWeb has a structure that goes from east to west, and it's like a cobweb, and through different pathways, visitors can enjoy different views of their choice. And underneath the GeoWeb area, we are not going to just set up facilities for equipment, but we created an underground space that can collect water, that can collect rainwater, and can use this water during dry seasons. And the water will cascade down underneath, and following the GeoWeb, it will cascade downward and be collected. And we want to show a circulation of people and the circulation of nature, and these are the two key words for GeoWeb. And for the space under GeoWeb, that's why GeoWeb is a connection of linear lines. It's not just on the surface. It's very permeable, and people can look underground from the hill, and from many different levels, they can have many different views and have many different experiences.
Boy, I have a whole series of questions. It's really interesting talking in front of an audience and existing the other contestants too. It's kind of unusual. You put a huge amount of ideas out here, and there's a few of them that you just kind of move by really quickly. I'm going to just touch on a few of them. Could you say something about the tower in terms of, it's a kind of an extreme piece, in terms of other activities, numbers of floors, movement, et cetera, but define that a little more. The other one that was kind of enormous, you were using this as infrastructure, and you were looking what looked like residential incremental units that seemed to be a sub-idea, but represents a completely different, this is now part of an infrastructure urbanistically. Let's start with those two. Could you discuss both of those? They were just kind of a throwaway, the pieces. And when I looked at the scheme, it was the same thing. I was going through the scheme, and I hit that when I said, whoop, what happened here? Because that's a really classic kind of an idea that's been around for a while. And again, the tower is a more pragmatic conversation. Kind of what you're thinking is an observation tower. Okay, question.
First, with regard to the infrastructure question, I think it was a question about the value of the infrastructure and the functioning of the observatory. That's how I understood the question. And this is our answer. The possibility of the future infrastructure is as follows. The GeoWeb that we are proposing, people who are visiting the island will be able to enjoy culture and different activities through this platform. And the future infrastructure is a platform for the future. This is how I envisioned it. I think that when designing Nodeul Island, we have to go beyond just how we are going to experience and enjoy the island at this point in time. We have to think of Nodeul Island as a facility that will symbolize the city of Seoul, and we have to think about the value of this symbol for Seoul and Korea. I think everything is unpredictable. That's the key word for the future. Unpredictability is the key word for the future, I think. And we cannot predict the flood or drought or the pandemic. And so we have to look beyond our current values. We have already experienced it in our history. And we have to also move beyond the landscape of the city in order to create a future infrastructure. And that's why I created a radically flexible infrastructure for the future. And I added something vertical to that. Usually, we have horizontal infrastructures, and we have some vertical infrastructures that appear, and it looks like it's a different landscape from the ordinary landscape of Seoul. There are a lot of high-rise buildings in Seoul, but there is no vertical high-rise building in the middle of the Han River on an island. This is something that has never been done before. And so I wanted to build an observatory that had a panoramic view of the whole city from the island. That was my idea.
It's funny, we're not here to critique you. We're here to understand a broader notion of your interest in the project. And I'm thinking, as we sit as a jury, where now you're not with us, if you could focus on you put a lot. You also have the moving piece that I missed on that. The container that's now moving within the bar. Yet another kind of really big idea. Could you help? Because my question was, if we were literally in the jury process as we're talking, what I'd want to hone down to the ideas that are essential to your thinking, and which ones are somehow secondary, and which represent the primary notion. Because I could make that comment, but it would be my comment and not yours. And as we talk, I'm looking at Ben. We shake his head. We would have our own kind of take on it. But you put a lot of ideas out there, and I would like you to focus a bit on your own sense of the primary thing you're bringing to this project, and which things are just, again, it's a competition. You're putting out various ideas, and some of those are going to fall by the wayside if you produce the piece of work, right? And it is a competition where you're focusing on ideas and not the first question, the relationship to the found things. Yeah, that's just the kind of the work of an architect, and it's the more pragmatic part that has to take place that it seems like you could have talked about here, because they do definitely connect to that. But could you just kind of take us back a little bit and just kind of focus in what the singular, just say it for yourself, because again, it doesn't do any good if I do it. That make sense?
I think that is the essential question. For us, this competition is very complex by definition. The Nodeul Island is a compact space that can symbolize Seoul, and it's very complex. And when I first approached the project, I asked myself, is Nodeul Island a natural island or an artificial island? Because we sedimented the soil in order to build the island, but by developing the Han River, we created other man-made artificial facilities and buildings. And so Nodeul Island is where man-made things and nature and the island and the city coexist. That's where I started from. And I wanted to create a compact narrative that could tell this story. And it was difficult. It wasn't easy. And my two most important ideas was the interpretation of the relationship between man-made and nature from our perspective. And I know that many cities are thinking about the future city, how they are going to develop a strategy for the future city. And I think Seoul, as a megacity, needs to reflect upon this too. So we need to put in a future infrastructure that looks beyond today towards the future. And we put in different values because it was a complex competition. And during the design phase, we need to make this more compact. I fully agree with you.
You said something that I wasn't aware of when we started this the competition process, that the audience might be interested in if they don't know it. It's not a natural island. It's already a man-made thing, right? Because that's really key to this project. And I guess for the audience, it'd be extremely key. This is not nature. This is a constructed, And it's odd that it looks like nature because it makes it kind of a fake nature, right? But in fact, it's a construction, okay? That's super important, right? And that that's an interesting thing to you. You're aware of that and are working with that.
I didn't look at all the proposals, but one of the challenges of Nodeul Island is that nobody lives on the island. So at night, nobody's there. It's completely empty. So when we program things, we have exhibition galleries and so on. But after 6 p.m., everybody goes home. So we need to develop programs that are alive, where we can feel people, where people can live there. You haven't proposed that, maybe housing or hotels. Have you thought about that possibility too? And if it changes in that direction, as an architect, how are you going to proceed? That is a good question. We created a web-like future infrastructure, and it's very three-dimensional. It's a public walking space, and you can walk around the island on many different levels. And as you said, Nodeul Island can become an empty space according to the time. And we wanted to think about what we could do for that. And that's why we developed a future infra as a new platform. And I think the future infra has possibilities for the future. Maybe we can create a place where people can live. If there's another pandemic, for example, maybe we can use these facilities as a hospital. And we can also invite exhibitions and other cultural programs in this space in ordinary times. But at the same time, this space could become a space that is livable on a non-permanent basis for people, become a social space in the future. But this is something that architects cannot just propose. There has to be a public agreement on whether they agree to let this space become this space or not. In any case, that was a great question. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to answer. Thank you for the presentation. You talked about nature, the environment, the future, and you left the existing buildings and you concentrated everything in the center, and you showed us different archaeograms, and you have different objects that are stacked. But before that, we have to fill in the bands, because we need to fill in the platform with different programs, right? We need restaurants and other programs. No, I'm not talking about the GeoWeb. I'm talking about this horizontal platform. Yes, we can put in flexible programs. And if needed in the future, we can use this as an infrastructure, right? Yes, we're imagining something that could happen in the future. For now, the internal space of future infra will be filled with different programs that are proposed by the architect, but according to social needs and public needs, this space can be changed. Then, if the programs are filled inside this platform, how will the landscape change? Will the landscape change, do you think? You have this long tube as a platform, and once the programs are inserted in there, will the external part skin change? I said this was a flexible platform, and I think this is the key word. Inside the platform, according to social consensus and social needs, we can organize different social programs, not just cultural programs, inside this space. But is this going to trigger a modification of the external skin? Probably not, because this future infra, for now, is something that is very permeable. And we will change the programs and change the skin if it's needed in the future. But for now, I don't think that the external skin or the landscape of the city will change according to the programs. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. It's an impressive proposal, and it's a very strong idea. But one thing I'd like to add is that, adding frameworks like this, it's very symbolic, and it can send a message to the city. In that sense, you have this rectangular frame, and I'd like to know what you wanted to communicate through this concept. What was your initial idea? I think that Nodeul Island, when we view it from the sky, it has a very soft island line, coastal line. But people, when they look at the island from the Han River and from up close, they look at the island when crossing the Hangang Bridge, and that's the landscape that they see. So I wondered what I could add to this elevation to make the view more beautiful. So I did not really focus on adding shapes. I wanted to eliminate and take out the shapes in order to show a great landscape. And that's why we have a flat infrastructure, and maybe through a media wall, we can show a symbolic image of Seoul. So it's not an organic space, but it's a linear infrastructure that I developed from this inspiration.
Okay, the last, we used up our time. Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to start with Jürgen Meyer now.
This is forward and backward.
Next.
back 4? Okay, thank you. Good morning. My name is Jürgen Meyer. I'm representing our team, J. Meyer Architects, and it's a great pleasure and a total excitement to be invited to think about this fantastic, unique location in the center of Seoul, or as we heard this morning, even Korea, and a special opportunity also to think about the future of public space for the 21st century in such a fantastic location. Clouds is the title and the concept for our scheme. With clouds, Nodeul Global Art Island turns into a new icon for Seoul and far beyond. The transformation highlights an undulating, floating cloud-like structure in the center of the river, which fuses nature and culture and expresses the city's innovative spirit. Nodeul Global Art Island is a social place for urban vibrancy and natural serenity, offering a diverse, exciting experience. The existing cultural center is the basis for the transformation to form a harmonious unity with the citizens' everyday life, protected from wind and sun. The flowing, continuous overall design is embedded within a strong presence of art spaces, performance interventions, and outdoor sculptures, particularly on a new art promenade above the roofs of the cultural center. New art and event spaces intertwine with natural spaces. The undulating contours of the island's waterfront blur the boundaries between water and island. People are invited to enjoy their time with and near the water. The elevated skywalk and panorama path in the trees combine areas of green nature and the cityscape around. Cohabitation of animals, plants, and humans enhances biodiversity and the microclimate. Floating platforms extend the boundaries between land and water. Flat inclined ramps playfully overcome walls. Winding paths circle the treetops, and organic structures mingle with the clouds. The island is structured in 4 zones: event, culture, nature, and leisure. It is a dialogue between life garden and nature garden and their connection to the water. Topographic transformations create platforms, flat ramps, slopes, and connect different levels with each other. Culture and art define the core of the project, surrounded by nature and spreading out along the waterfront. Putting sustainability at the core of the project, each intervention is part of a network of factors to achieve a new benchmark goal for an urban space for the 21st century. Let's have a closer look and fly over the island. We start here on the east side with the water levels, with bathing opportunities and also the sports leisures. Slowly fly up over the forest, the skywalk, inside the trees and on the ground. We get closer to the center, the welcoming plaza, where the mobility network of the city connect you to the global island, to Global Art Island. And from here, the clouds lead you into the cultural center, which is based on the existing buildings and extended by a new exhibition hall and other levels of experiences. We continue to the west and end with the floating stage, looking to the west, where we also can enjoy the sunset, as we heard many days a year and many times today already. A floating stage towards the west and facing the sunset is hosting vibrant cultural events that resonate with the rhythm of the river, the seasons, and the ritual holidays of the country. Nearby elevated viewing decks offer panoramic vistas, providing contemplation or opportunities for sports activities. Floating pontons extend gentle invitations to wander and explore, while secluding bathing facilities offer quiet spots for relaxation. The floating media wall can be shipped around to other locations according to seasonal hotspots on the island and also depending on where activation of the island will happen. From all four directions, you see a harmonious silhouette of clouds floating above the nature. And the synergy of all the components can be seen here. The structure of the island follows a vertical scheme, a vertical layering, from waterfront to the sky. On the waterfront, it shows moments close to the water, for example, like this, where you can connect. This is a view to the southwest. And here are the structural principles of floating on different water levels. The podium is a connector for easy mobility. Ramps, stairs, bridges, they all connect between the layers, offer handicapped and wheelchair accessibility or shortcuts for direct connection. On the basis of the existing cultural center, additional program enriches the experience indoor and outdoor with exhibition spaces, outdoor stages, water features, and spiral ramps. On the area level, we extend the public space into 3 dimensions. The ground floor offers access for mobility, interactive exhibition, the welcoming plaza, and also the parking. The upper floor is the welcome plaza and connecting to higher and lower levels. The area level becomes the art promenade and bridges towards the sky and the nature garden, a multisensorial public space. View here the welcome plaza towards the west, with all the different levels where you can see down to the cultural program, nature that is integrated, even enhanced at the current situation, while levels on top of that have art walk qualities, panoramic views, and also, of course, facilities like cafes and restaurants. Above that are the floating islands, the floating clouds that are creating this new iconic view and identity and shading and also other features that I'll show you at the end for this new public space. When you cross the bridges, this is what you experience in the public forest, close to nature, close to biodiversity, with a different microclimate to enjoy. The viewing platforms are based in the clouds. The clouds hover above the island. We have a view towards the south, above the cultural center, or a view of the viewing platform from where you have a 360-degree view across the city and far beyond. For the structure, we reference steel ship construction in collaboration with Bureau Happold, based on standard elements, prefabricated and with recycled steel. The clouds here are an indicator and a signal for a new form of public space. A view across, let's fly through it, where we are starting from the welcoming plaza all the way up to the viewing platform, and we have 2 or 3 locations like this in the clouds. Across and looking down to the new water place, water plaza. The clouds work as landmarks, an indicator for the new centrality of Seoul, and also for a new form of experience and networking and enjoying a social place in the center of the city in close relationship to nature. They offer viewing points to reach beyond to the horizon. They work as wind protection and deflecting wind. They work as sun protection and for a better microclimate. They also can be an energy producer with solar panels embedded. And they are an ambient illumination for this very special place. Light and sound installations complete the immersive experience of a visit to Nodeul Art Island during the day, sunset, and long into the night. This is the moment when clouds float like colorful lanterns over the Han River. And at the end, let's enjoy one more flight around Nodeul Global Art Island. Thank you very much.
Ben, you want to start this one?
This is actually a project what is quite poetic in its essence, playing with the principle of cloud. I don't know if you know the beautiful song by Joni Mitchell, Both Sides Now, or something like that. It's really talking about how clouds can represent life in a way. It's quite a beautiful song. But I was wondering while you were presenting if your clouds could do more. Sorry to say so. Because now they're quite up high and they are platforms for observation. But do you think that the landscape could come more into the clouds, or why are they up high? Why could there be an opportunity to bring them towards a lower level, for instance? I mean, the concept is so powerful that your external ring of the island with all these, call it flat clouds, maybe, can go up and down also, you know, and that I was thinking if that is something you could consider also to the way how you would play with the clouds, in a sense of not bringing them only up high, but also connect them to the lower level of the landscape. Or is that what you're doing?
But I think there are great opportunities that the clouds can offer, and I'm sure not all the potentials are yet explored. What is an important point by not, we also thought about maybe occupying more of the clouds, but this also means a much stronger structure and a much more heavy kind of infrastructure that we need up there. And I think there's a beautiful play with the lightness of the structure. There's a lot of air inside and around them. And there's, of course, a kind of a signal of this lightness that signals out into the city. We do have also clouds on the lower parts, and I showed this, I think, on the water plaza, and I'm trying to go quickly to the water plaza. Also on the stage, it's a floating cloud on the water level, basically. And I don't know if I can reach back. Yeah, it's okay, I can do it. So yeah, I think that you can experience in all different levels. They are on the ground, also occupied. Then we have an elevated plaza or a walkway that's already pretty high. So the views happen from there. But once you go into the clouds, I think they become an airy condition that have different programs, not inhabitable and also not with plants, because there's already so much nature and plants inside and on the island. So it's a different kind of reality up there. And we like this kind of ephemeral quality that's there.
Yeah. Thanks.
I really appreciate your presentation also, particularly about the shoreline, almost like activating whole island. That was great. And then I saw lots of decks and reaching out to the river in different ways. On the other end, the clouds, the same issue. Are there possibilities in the future incorporating different programs? Right now, 2 of them are used as decks, right? Observation decks. Are there any possibilities of some of them more programs connecting between links?
I think it's a balance that we need to explore in the next steps. As I said before, the programs also mean a different kind of heaviness of the structure. At this point, it's a very thin, 2-centimeter steel plates, also with recycled steel. They can even move slightly without being kind of a problematic condition. Once you walk there, it has to be stiff. There are different fire issues. There are earthquake regulations that actually make them into a different kind of category. So I think in terms of program, not all of them will be inhabited, but there could be other programs that are maybe technological for the ecoclimate, for shading, for also energy production. And I think they are maybe as important as walking in there or up onto them. We have 2 situations where we can go up, but we have also other platforms that already bring you quite high, so the view will not be so much different if you have 10 or 5 meters more height. I think there's a different quality of various levels of height and experiences.
Also, if I may add one more question, why clouds? Why you study from there?
But maybe the clouds developed from the idea of this undulation of the shoreline, where you start to blur and interconnect, water and land, air and land. So the clouds actually developed out of being an undulation towards the sky. And so on the water level, it's footboards, it's actually floating tree trunks, it's kind of a floating let's say wood or timber that deforms is part of a water level, while the clouds are the one that connects to the sky. And so we try to develop each condition programmatically or conceptually according to what the relationship is and where this kind of blurring of the situation happens.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's interesting because it's quite unusual to present when you're looking at the other schemes, and much less in front of an audience. And I'm trying to think if I'm you, and I'm showing a scheme I've worked on, and I've just looked at 3 other pieces of work, and could you? And it clearly and it makes the competition quite interesting to look at the radically different approaches to this problem. That you're approaching the mayor and you're approaching the city, and you're going to discuss this is where we're going, and it's something that will all be different, but I'm comfortable with this in its sculptural, conceptual terms, etc. It's something that I understand as an architect. But it'd be interesting, I'd be curious how you would shift, and again, if I'm you, once I've seen the other schemes, it's a complete new start for the conversation, because I'm now going to absolutely respond to what I've seen, and I'm going to make my case for this project. And yours seems to be extremely differentiated from those games, having to do with its general conceptual strategy, which is very disconnected from functionality in a really basic sense, right? That these are images that are somehow compelling, and then kind of take as something as a human interaction to the site. And in very general terms, they'd be seen as sculptural, or they'd be seen somehow within the subjective nature of kind of our sense. And as you step back from the site, and as we look at the site, the island now, and the conversation that different people have had, the construction of this man-made island, it represents a very particular notion of the direction of Seoul that uses this island as its next large-scale kind of development, and developing, because there'll be a conversation that'll have to do with iconographic for sure, as we discussed the different schemes. It'll have something to do with both the use and the functionality, and again, of which various people have talked about, and its actual image, kind of what is perceived of, right, in terms of this next transformation in this man-made thing. Does that, would you, is there a way you would expand that, as if we're just in a dialogue here and we're looking at your scheme and we're making decisions? Because it's not, you showed solar and you go, I don't see the solar in here, and the shading, okay, it shades a little bit, but I don't think that's going to be your argument. It's somehow much more at a more complicated level, I think. Am I right? In terms of it, the sense of this thing, in terms of this human interaction and kind of how we think in a much broader artistic sense, right? You're not going to base it on function. And we look at this piece and it's, we can agree or not agree that it's a compelling thing, right? And that it represents a really particular attitude towards you as an architect and towards architecture as a profession, et cetera, that other people don't do this. This is what we do, right? Can you, you should have to make, I assume, that argument to align yourself with the type of investment. And it's all of our struggles at various levels. This is what you spend our whole life doing, right? Trying to make somehow this clear. And in this case, it's a big urban problem. So it's right. You're operating at a large scale, and it makes it a more complicated and a more compelling argument. Am I helping you? I'm just discussing. We're going to be sitting here talking about this, and if you were with us, I'd be asking you the same thing.
I understand this as a question.
I know I answer my own questions when I ask them.
No,
That's how I talk.
Yeah, I think what we try to understand is the different dimensions that the island kind of radiates. There's, of course, a kind of a view from the river, like let's say from the riverbanks. There's a view from the city, and there's a certain seduction that the island also needs to, like a curiosity that the island needs to transport and makes you kind of go there to understand what's happening. So there's a certain, let's say, unfamiliarity that comes with these schemes that are floating above the program. They're floating above the functional needs. Of course, they're all part of what we are told to fulfill in the competition, and we try to integrate them, not only as a program, but as something that is connected to a different, also spatial experience. So I think the understanding of the undulation happens on different levels. From a distance, it's actually a silhouette problem or a silhouette condition where there's a certain, let's say, interconnection between the island, the nature, the kind of the artificial nature that we bring in with these clouds, and then the sky, of course. So there's a different kind of radiation around that. Once you get closer, you experience that on a very, let's say, pedestrian level as well. For example, here with this water plaza, there is a feature which is very physical. You can play in the water, but at the same time, there are these kind of strange objects next to you where that create a certain, let's say, relationship with you on the pedestrian level all the way up to the sky. And I think experience that sculptural quality, which is not only a sculpture, they have different programmatic conditions, maybe not designed as a perfect sunshade, not designed as a perfect solar panel, not designed as a perfect, but once they start to play with each other, they create something different, and they create something beyond just the, let's say, the equipment that we bring or the programs that we bring there. And I think that's the quality, this kind of ambivalent or ambiguous, let's say, condition beyond the programmatic needs of the island, which is a certain curiosity, a certain, let's say, secret, that is built in, that needs to be explored. It's not a finished design. It's actually a design that wants to have imagination coming out of it. Sorry? Yeah.
The whole island.
The last picture, for example?
The model that shows the whole island, that shows these things as an accumulation.
Okay. Oh, sorry. This one?
From eye level.
Okay, let's go to the first page. I think that's...
You have a longer one that shows the profile?
The video?
A profile, just a view from
From the side?
the bridge, the street,
Okay.
from eye level.
Well, it's more of an elevation
Yeah,
that I can show.
you had a big, go back.
This
yeah,
one?
Yeah, right here. Okay, the top slide. I mean, you're constructing a landscape in some way, right? Because you're radically transforming this notion.
Well, these clouds also happen where a certain, let's say, orientation needs to happen. We have the orientation, with the street, the clouds are kind of the welcoming parts, like that's where you drive to. Then they guide you towards the cultural center, they hover above the existing buildings, and then they guide you down to the stage, so they're kind of markers where a certain program happens. On the other side, on the left side, these two clouds are the points where you can actually walk up or down from the elevated path, so they're actually connected to a circulation. So they all are kind of markers, points of orientation. So once you go to a cloud, something else happens. Either you have connections, either you can go up, either there's like some kind of important moment happening on the ground. So they are kind of placed strategically on the island.
저 질문 좀 드리겠습니다.
I have a question. It's very impressive.
플로팅 미디어 월
You showed us a floating media wall. Do you have? Is there an actual implementation of floating media wall? When you use the LED, you might have a power problem. So do you have a generator on that floating structure? So the floating itself, what kind of mechanisms are involved?
It's a conceptual idea that I think can be implemented. Of course, you have like energy cables that can be underwater, connected to the island. We also have solar panels on the roof of the circular floating wall. This was kind of a requirement from the program that was asked to be implemented on the island itself, like on the concrete walls. We felt it was kind of interrupting too much with the concept of the other, island's integrity. I think in the scheme before we saw that as an architecture floating, this was becoming part of the architecture. In our scheme, we felt it was something that is more of an ephemeral location that can float around, that can be seen from different sides. Also, it's not just a view to one side of the city, but it's a circular screen. So from all sides, from both riverfronts, you have, let's say, the view towards this platform. It can be stapled there, but if there's a potential to make it move, I think it would be another potential that this media wall offers for this investment, but also for the kind of entertainment information, even like video art, electronic art, all that can be part of this new, maybe also redefined way what a media wall can be and do.
Yes, I have a question. It's a question about the cloud. From the Han River and from the city of Seoul, what meaning the cloud has? For being an icon, it doesn't have to be within a certain context, but when viewed these clouds, how can you explain this as an icon? What is the meaning of the cloud for Korea and Seoul?
Well, there's a beautiful song, I think, that was written during the Olympic Games in the 80s, which deals with the cloud in the River Han. So maybe that's one of the references where it's kind of embedded in the Korean culture. At the same time, it's also, I think, something that is, really looking at the nature and the artificial nature of the island. It's an island that was not an island before. It was part of a marshland. It was part, actually, of the riverbanks. And then, step by step, it became kind of an interesting, sophisticated, in each time necessary step to modify the nature and to modify the topography of this element. So I think this is just another step to take that kind of artificial nature or modifying nature, man-made technology and references, that are also important for our survival, which is biodiversity, different forms of occupation of territories. So I think this is a symbol for this kind of relationship, this complicated relationship that we all try to explore and maybe manage these days in our 21st century of survival.
You good?
Thank you for your presentation. It was very comprehensive presentation. Yeah, it was very impressive. So I just want to know about the definition of about the public space as based on your experience.
We heard today that it's a situation right now that is not really using its potential of activating social interaction and also using it as a place of networking, social place, enjoying time with your friends, but also bringing cultural activities onto a place that can be experienced in a different way. A lot of performance art is happening here. It's high culture, it's low culture, it's all kinds of, let's say, installations. It's becoming a platform for the definitions that we are experiencing, how culture is kind of consumed but also produced. And production of culture is a very important part of the current cultural center already. So we want to use that kind of boiling energy that's already there and explore that and bring that onto the whole island. But also, since we have 4 different, let's say, concepts on the island. One is the event place, which is more for an audience to look at something, where we have the cultural center, which is more of an interactive art of experience, and also a place of communication of people who go there. Then we have the communication within the nature area, the nature garden, and the relationship of exploring on a more intimate level, you with objects, animals, smell, a sensorial aspect of let's say, communication with your environment. And then on the east side, it's becoming a place for activities that are more related to leisure, to sports, to games that you're doing with your friends. So it offers different, let's say, realities of communication amongst people and amongst within our environment. Is that answering your question? Yeah.
Okay, I think that wraps it up. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For the audience, before the lunch break, we're going to re-show the Bjarke introduction that got interrupted. Okay?
저 죄송한데요. 아까 저 기술상 오류로 재생
I'd like
못했던
to
BIG 영상을
apologize. We weren't able to see the full video of the BIG presentation. So if you could please remain in your seats, we will play the video now.
Hi, I'm Bjarke Ingels. I am the founder and lead architect of BIG, Bjarke Ingels Group. I'm standing here in our New York studio, and while I'm unfortunately unable to be with you in person, I feel very much like I'm with you in spirit, and my team, of course, is there. We are all incredibly honored by the opportunity to engage in this forum to help you imagine what the future garden heart of Seoul could look like. Nodeul Island, as it currently stands, is a beautiful example of culture, landscape, and design. The name Nodeul, evocative of birds, is the ecosphere and home to the aquatic narrowmouth frog. The primary challenge preventing Nodeul Island from being the most important garden and cultural destination in the heart of Seoul is how it has been cut off from the city and the way that the garden is cut off from culture. So first, we propose to unite the island, introducing a bold new structure that spans the highway, reconnecting the island's divided parts from coast to coast and from side to side. This new addition not only mitigates noise and pollution, but also serves as a unifying element, turning a barrier into a gateway, turning a separation into a bridge. Secondly, we activate the space. At the heart of Nodeul Island, a central hub emerges, branching out in all directions with a versatile canopy structure. The canopies adapt to the island's needs, housing vibrant cultural spaces, offering shelter from the elements and walkways that bring you to the top of the trees while connecting the different levels of the existing buildings. They stand as a testament to the island's dynamic spirit, inviting interaction and engagement. Finally, we foster discovery. The island's once isolated sections now join in harmony, linked by pathways that encourage exploration from the edge of the water all the way up to the top of the tree canopy. These routes lead visitors through diverse outdoor activities and natural enclaves, culminating in a floating stage that sets the scene for unforgettable experiences against the backdrop of Seoul's skyline. Nodeul Island is envisioned as a living, breathing entity, constantly adapting and evolving. It's a place where the waterfront comes alive, responding to the rhythms of the city and the natural environment. The changes over the week, the passing of the day, or the changing of the seasons. With a mix of year-round programming, the island offers a tapestry of experiences from tranquil natural retreats to bustling cultural events. So please join us as we redefine what an urban landscape can be, creating a space that is integrated, iconic, connected, dynamic, active, and resilient. Nodeul Art Island is a step towards a more interconnected and vibrant Seoul. And on that note, I'd like to hand it over to my partner, Kat, and my associate, Matteo, who can take you through the greater details of our design. But I hope you will enjoy sort of engaging with our ideas as much as we have enjoyed creating them. So thank you once again for this opportunity, and now over to you, Kat.
이로써 오전 4분의 발표를 들었습니다. 조금 예정보다 좀 늦어졌는데요. 지금부터 오후 1시 20분까지 점심 휴식을 갖도록 하겠습니다. 식사하시고
1:20 we'll have a lunch break and we will start presentation at 1:20. So please be back in your seats by 1:15. Please return your receivers on your way out. And for the members of the jury and the architects, we have prepared lunch in a separate room. Thank you.
안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후에 오후 프레젠테이션을 시작하겠습니다. 자리에 앉아주시면 감사하겠습니다. 1시 20분부터 오후 프레젠테이션 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
Copenhagen, yeah. I'm based.
곧 오후 프레젠테이션을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 자리에 앉아주시면 감사하겠습니다. 시간이 굉장히 짧았을 것 같은데 식사 잘 하셨을지요? 예. 오후 프레젠테이션을 바로 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 톰메인 위원장님 진행 부탁드립니다. 예.
The fifth presentation, and let me present Shihoon Lee. It will start the presentation.
Good afternoon. I'll start the presentation on Nodeul Art Island, Promenade Ring. My name is Lee Chun-gun from SOA. Nodeul Promenade Ring starts from the present of Nodeul Island. It has cultural facilities on the west and the biotope on the east. In the bottom area where they have the platform, there's the heliport on the east side. Right now, Nodeul Island is fragmented. It is split into east and west, and below and above. These areas are separated from each other due to poor connectivity. The only thing connecting the west and east is a bridge standing approximately 6 meters above the ground, and the only connection between the upper and lower levels are stairways cutting into the pop-up wall, 2 on the south and 2 on the north. Nodeul Promenade Ring solves this fragmentation of the island. It consists of 5 strategies that ties the whole of Nodeul Island to the Han River. The first strategy is to create a promenade system that tightly links and integrates the east and west sides of the island. Through this, pedestrians crossing the Hangang Bridge can directly enter this loop. The moment pedestrians enter the island, they have a variety of options to head anywhere on the island. And that is why it can be referred to as a pedestrian highway, as it breaks down the spatial isolation on the island. The second strategy is to make this renaturing of the man-made island. Planters will be stacked on the concrete border between the river and the island, and the riverbank is extended to hold small bodies of water, creating a new boundary hosting aquatic biotopes above the water surface. Previously, what looked like a chunk of concrete floating on the river is now more natural. The third strategy is program elements for walking, stopping, and spending time, such as pedestrian paths, looks out, and exhibition spaces placed on the promenade ring. And these are connected to the cultural natural elements of the island. The fourth strategy is circulating around the island, connecting the island's existing cultural facilities and natural elements. It also connects the ground level and the podium area. Since the ground level meets the river, if the weak connection between the ground and podium level is strengthened, many areas inside the island will be brought closer to the river. Through this strategy, Nodeul Island will become a central part of the Hangang Park. We propose that the Nodeul zone be the leading park of the Hangang Park series that run along the river throughout Seoul. We named several parks on the Hangang Parks, Yeouido, Banpo, which are all alongside the river in a linear fashion. And it will provide a park for the residents in the Noryang Huksuk area and also serve as a focal point connecting Yeouido and Banpo. Nodeul Promenade Ring is a Hangang park which provides a 360-degree panoramic view for the first time. It will be a space where Seoul citizens can get close to the river and a space where culture and nature are more closely connected. The new Nodeul Island is largely composed of 3 systems: the original Live House, the Nodeul Bookstore, the multi-purpose hall, and the ground level of the biotope, as well as the promenade ring that circles the outer edges to tie everything together. Finally, at the waterfront, there will be a waterfront experience guard, waterside ecological botanical garden, and an art experience valley. As you heard, we have the lawn field, the forest, the concrete part, and everything which is disconnected right now. The new system will complete the Nodeul Island experience because it connects all the parts of the island. It will allow the visitors to have a very rich experience. It also provides a view of near and far. So it will stimulate both the visual and tactile senses of the visitors. The Nodeul Art Alley is set against the view of Yongsan International Business District. The Jewel Pier is set against the site of the sunset to the west. And the floating stage will blend into the Yeouido skyline, and the Nodeul Botanical Garden will blend into the horizon of the Han River. In order for this park system to work, the Nodeul Promenade Ring makes up for the weak connectivity of the existing circulation system. From whatever direction one approaches the island, one can directly board the system of the looped island. Especially the east-west connection depends on one bridge, and the upper and lower part connections are hard to find. The promenade ring changes this because it allows people to enter the circular system no matter which point the visitor enters the island. The north, south, and east-west points all allow visitors to join the circular loop system. And the vertical connection allows people to travel from either side of the island to the other side, as well as from the upper to lower part. That means that no part of the island will be isolated. These are the closely, densely placed circulation paths, and it allows endless circulation of the island to take place. This is the northeast side pedestrian loop or ring, and once you arrive at the island, you can go wherever you want, the east side, the west side, or the podium, as well as the ground level. This is a circular infrastructure, and it utilizes the retaining walls right now because the cantilever is anchored on the retaining wall. It supports the girder, and it minimizes intervention or damage on nature. This is a cross-section of the walking path passing the southeastern section of the biotope. The forest is not damaged because the cantilever is anchored by the buttress constructed by reinforcing parts of the retaining wall underground. At the same time, we have made it possible for some routes to be connected to the forest. Some parts of the promenade ring allows people to sit down and look at the forest or the Han River. It's a stand. Shades will be provided in these spaces so that people can look out under the shade. The floor of the promenade ring is made of modularized precast blocks, but the texture of the blocks is differentiated to distinguish between spaces for resting and vertical circulation paths. On the west-hand side, we see that the scope and variety of experience can be enriched. These are the dual piers. It slows down the flow of the water and it allows dynamic growth of the ecosystem. We want the west coast to recover the original properties of the river. This is the sunset ground on the west side, and it becomes a new external space due to the promenade ring and the shade that the ring provides. It also borrows the scenes from within and outside the island. This is a walking path that circulates the island, and it lands on the south side of the island as if floating on the island. It also provides a westward view. The promenade ring harmonizes with the views on the west side. On both sides, you have the floating stage and the grass line, and you also see part of the Yeouido skyline. On the lower side, you see that there's a ring coming from the exhibition hall and the cultural park in the podium, as well as the floating stage. There are about 100 seats in front of the floating stage. From the north side, you go through the exhibition hall and go into the Nodeul Madang. Once you pass the exhibition hall, the Nodeul Madang is on the left-hand side, and you pass the newly created lawn, passing the live house and other existing facilities. So a new relationship is formed between the new elements and the existing elements. Fragmented nature is now overcome because we are going to create the Nodeul Alley, which is a forest of a linear park. You see that the vegetation footprint will be expanded and a linear park will be formed around the edges. It also becomes at the center of the waterfront garden that connects the east and west side of the island. From the east side, all we see is dry concrete platform. We want it to become a moist earth and will allow visitors to experience the biotope. Furthermore, we want the forest to extend out into the river. It's a natural element, but the forest was limited in terms of access until now. The circular ring going around the forest allows for people to walk through the forest in various heights, sometimes above the forest, sometimes through the forest, and sometimes on the ground. All the while they can look out to the river. It also is above and below the retaining wall, which means that the existing forest will not be damaged. Sometimes you will be above the retaining wall, sometimes below the wall. It also allows you to climb up to the observation deck. Those who are walking below the podium can use the stairway to go to the forest. It is completely different from the current condition where the upper and lower part are completely separated. This is a new pathway that will be formed as a walkway to the Nodeul forest. On this pathway, you can look at the cityscape as well as the river. So near and far views are both available to the visitors. And rather than a vertical tower, we created an overbridge that allows people to gradually climb up. It's a double arch structure, and you can go up to the height of the top of the trees. It starts on 4 points of the promenade ring and allows for a short path to cross the island. From the northwest crossroad, this is a route that directly accesses the biotope. You cross the bridge and then go down the stairs. You can reach the observation deck and watch the sunset. The sunset on the west is very famous, and it is a quite fantastic view to enjoy from the island. It used to be a concrete block before, but now the Nodeul Island will have a circulating path and a pier which will stabilize the river flow and provide a stable ecosystem for aquatic plants. It also creates a botanical garden with new rooting and branching on the east side. The ecosystem will also be connected with the river. And the retaining wall on the northwest side is quite visible from when approaching to the island. So vertical gardens as well as many other play facilities can be installed here. On the northeast side, we want the renaturing of the island to be visible, so we suggest a pop-up pier wall. As time goes by, the landscape will change. People can actually see this. Kayaking and other water sports can be enjoyed as well. The Nodeul Promenade Wing is a three-dimensional garden with the ring on the top and a garden and nature in the lower part. So these things combined will create a new layered Nodeul ring. The promenade ring is based on the observation of the present Nodeul Island, and it envisions a new Nodeul Island of the future.
Oh, thank you. Anybody want to start here? Can't always be me.
Yes. How do you call that? The round interior on the west side? You have a gallery and a restaurant there? Yes, that's right. And right now, the boxes that already exist, how does that relate to the boxes? What is the new thing that you are proposing here? The existing facilities can be accessed from the podium, and for the lower part, it can be accessed from the ground level as well. So the existing facilities appear to be underground. The new exhibition hall will be an immersive hall, and it is a continuation of the promenade ring. That means people who are walking around the island can naturally find their way to the exhibition space. Furthermore, at the lowest level of the exhibition hall, people can access the Nodeul lawn, which is inside the loop. I'd also like to ask a question. In the middle, it seems like you are focusing on preserving the existing facilities as much as possible. But we've been talking about iconic landmark. The ring itself, is it a landmark, iconic facility, or what was your interpretation of the concept of the ring? Yes, we also thought about this for a long time, and I'm sure everyone has, especially during the design planning process. Especially, this is a very important part of the island because there's circulation and a lot of movement taking place in and across the island. It means that everybody has to interpret their own way what an icon can be on this island. This is a plan for creating an open space rather than an island. Rather than a structural building, we focused on the experience within the island. That means eventually, although it has the name Nodeul Island, it is difficult to access and more like a dead end in terms of circulation. We wanted to address this issue, make it circulating, and also make sure that this enlivens the island. Thank you for the presentation. I'd like to ask one thing. I see what you did strategically. You used the band to make a new connection, especially connection to the podium as well. But how does this exactly happen? The helipad on the right-hand side seems to be separated. Yes. The helipad, the retaining wall on the helipad seems to will come inside a little and allow you to find your way to the forest. I told you that we have circulation paths traveling vertically, connecting the upper and lower parts. As you can see in this drawing, the promenade ring itself is about 50 meters above sea level, and the promenade ring starts from 15 meters above sea level and ends at 23 meters above level. So it's a gradual slope. There are 9 vertical circulation pathways that connect the retaining wall and the promenade ring. You seem to have some programs on the promenade ring. What is the width of the promenade ring? Right now, the main route of the promenade ring is 7 meters. And starting from that, there are extensions that can happen to both sides. The maximum extension will be 5 meters. But the staircases go much further, over 7 meters. So depending on the activities, do you plan to extend it to the sides? Yes, it depends on what activities takes place. The most important function of the promenade ring is to provide connectivity, and especially the cultural facilities, nature, and Han River are elements that people can and should experience both ways. You can turn around and then experience the forest, turn around, experience the river. The river meets the island. All the experiences coming out from this condition naturally occurs while the visitors find their way around the promenade ring, and that was the function of the promenade ring. Yes, I'd like to ask a question. Thank you for the presentation. Personally, I believe that this design competition can start from the definition of what an icon is. I believe each architects have a different definition of an icon, and depends on how persuasive you are in the presentation and how your interpretation comes across will determine the end result. It seems that you have brought up the boundary, and I think this is a good thing because it's very detailed in your approach and it blurs the boundaries. But one thing I'm curious to know is regarding accessibility. Other presentations usually provide accessibility horizontally. Nodeul Island has a bridge crossing and there's a lot of traffic. So that means that there's a view of the island from the outside. Of course, people can have different viewpoints on what a physical icon is, but I think the view or the vantage point plays a very important part here. Can you talk more about this? The Nodeul Island is an open space, but it's also a public space, so we can have a lot of programs assigned to it. The most important thing here is allowing anybody to visit the park at any time and experience the island as a park. From the Hangang Bridge, there are people coming across to the island, and what they see is a pedestrian infrastructure, not an island. And based on people continuously circulating that path, they will have a feel and view of the island. Creating that view was, for us, a strong landmark. We believe that rather than a landmark, the place itself was more compelling. The height of the Yongsan International Business District will be very high. We didn't intend this, nevertheless. The Nodeul Island was not increased in height because we believe that the height of the Seoul city skyline will go higher anyways. In this respect, the Nodeul Island becomes an iconic island because it connects the remaining parts of the city where everything is high.
It seems like that'd be another element added to this, wouldn't it? Because it's an edge scheme. Could you do the last slide again? I was going to ask you the very end image you had, where you had really dealt with the edge. In terms of your own kind of future development of this game, is it going to be the continuous? It seems like we discussed earlier this is a man-made island. And it seems like, in my reading anyway, that it's not interested in icon. It's interested in its understanding through use and through. Keep going. Okay, that one there. Okay, I'm looking at the right-hand side, where you've become much more active in terms of reshaping, and with that comes programmatic elements. And sometimes you're very passive. On the other side, you leave it. And other times, including the other end of the island, it seems to be very active. And it seems like if there's a memorability of the island, it's much more about it's episodic, and it's through use and the reconstruction of park, right? And in a park in a much more differentiated sense, because your grand connective move is actually a kind of a unifying element, and it's pretty straightforward. It's just about connective tissue, right? And it doesn't seem like, I would have thought you're arguing against any iconic notion, and it's very much about the urbanization of park landscape. And it's challenging, let's say, the Arcadian park into something that potentially is much more, right, activity-oriented, et cetera. And I look at this one edge and go, of the various things we've talked about, right, that he seems to be really interesting in kind of reclaiming the man-made nature of this thing, right, and making it purposeful and intentional. Am I, again, we're about to talk about your scheme when you're gone. Am I connecting to your intentions? Is it? Oh. Did that come across? Maybe, yeah. I realize
Yes,
I don't
I did.
ask questions, I give statements, but I'll just ask you to respond to that. Because it seems highly differentiated, it's about, it seems that the whole, you've left the inside more or less as it is, and it's about edge. If we were separating these different schemes now, they're attacking edge, and I'm working with my gang talking about this, and this is going to be the project, right? We're going to kind of focus, right, on the interaction between water and island. And it's where you put huge energy, and then it ends with your connective tissue. And then the middle is left pretty much as it exists, or it's for future urban kind of thinking. Is that affirmative?
Yes, I agree with most of the comments that you have given. I think it's the right interpretation. For us, this is a man-made island, and it can also conflict with the city. We have many different formats of nature. We have forests and we have gardens, but we wanted to create a park that was the open space that was right for this island. And we wanted people to move up and down easily from the upper and lower level. And we wanted the people who were enjoying the moment on the island to become something iconic and symbolic. And I thought we were very inspired by the fact that on the western lawn, when it was sunny, there were people who were creating new patterns on the island. And we wanted to show the tapestry of all these people moving up and down and enjoying the island and create a space for that.
If I can add a little more, I think the concept of a river disappeared at some time in the 1980s. We created this, and this cross-section replaced the shore of the island. That was very symbolic. We believe that the shore or the edge is representative of the island. It's where nature meets water, and this is why we thought it to be the starting point of reclaiming and recovering. If I can add one more thing, I think that it was quite new to see that you didn't really intervene in the central part and left it as it was. Oh, I don't know if right, but sometimes Nodeul Island doesn't seem like an island. Once you go inside the island, it really doesn't feel like an island. And since there wasn't much to do, I think it was a wise idea to leave it as it is and just bring everything out. Thank you for that great interpretation. If I may add one thing, we wanted to utilize the boundary of the island as much as possible. And the best thing about making an island a park is that there's a river right next to the park, and you can enjoy the panoramic view of the river. The reason we say Hangang Park Nodeul District is because we have so many parks alongside the Han River, and they're beautiful. But not many of the parks allow you to feel the river in a tactile manner. But we can allow this to happen on Nodeul Island, on the lower part especially. And the lower part is always connected to the upper part. People can travel up and down. And this sort of circulating and traveling experience will bring people closer to the river in all senses.
Could you, this is the way architects look at projects from bird view. Could you show us an elevation that you've seen in terms of the memorability, the iconic notion? Could you show us from eye level this game? As you talk about icon or whatever this, the imagery of this, could you show it as we would see it, eye level? Can you get as far away as you can? Is there any, what's the most distance you have? We could talk about it. Huh. Okay, it doesn't have it. It's funny for the jury and definitely for the audience. You're seeing this at how many meters from the freeway on both sides? And you're seeing it, which is an interesting project, right? From at 60 miles an hour. I remember years ago, Venturi already had this conversation about understanding something in motion, and it would have to do with horizontal, vertical kind of relationships, etc. But it seems to be when we discuss that, and it will come up in the jury, that it is being seen from a very particular distance from an automobile, and it's an entry-exit point from the city. It's actually a very, very interesting site at that level, right? As we discuss whatever it means, icon, as we define icon, let's say, right? And decide what iconic actually means in this site, much less if it's valuable or not. Because I think that'd be important. I would have to get down lower, because it seems like it'd be fairly minimal, and that was kind of, my guess would have been intentional. It's a line, and it's even underneath the treescape, right? And the tree forms the vertical height, right? And this is secondary to landscape. And so it'd be very purposely passive. Again, I'm strangely asking a question by saying this, but it seems like that's not the interest of this. It's quite about edge, and it's about experience at a more human level or something, right? Because we've seen some, again, you've seen the same things, just unusual. You're looking at your competitors, and we've seen things that just no question as an icon, as a 12-story tower, right, et cetera. And I want to hear you, we're looking at your scheme and how you're proceeding. We're just about, oh, you got to say yes or no. It's okay. That's all right.
Icon, I believe, is very difficult to construct. Nodeul Island has been painted in so many ways. I don't know if you know this, but there are so many visions that have been overlapped for decades regarding this island. As I watch this happen, so many people asked, what does Nodeul Island really mean? What does it represent? I think our design is a result of that long process.
I think we're about out of time. Thank you so much for your presentation. Okay, I get to introduce you. Okay, for the sixth and the second to last presentation, Thomas Heatherwick. Look forward, Thomas.
Hello. Islands are an amazing excuse, and cities need places that we can escape to. And the island seems the most amazing, perfect symbol as a place to get away to, but also as a place to reflect back on cities. We also are in desperate need of spaces for society to come together. After the digital revolution, after COVID, we are struggling in what a friend of the studio describes as the lonely century. So one of the key things seems to be togetherness. And how do we make a space that inspires people to come together? And it's interesting when you look at a city, which is, when we look at the river and we think, oh, it's a bit like Paris, oh, it's a bit like London, it's not at all. With a kilometer-wide river, it's interesting that this city, at its heart, has a dead, massive, kilometer-wide space. So it's so rare, most cities can't create more space. But there's this vast gulf of space, and in the middle of it is Nodeul. So our idea is to focus on making a flexible platform for music, arts, and events. But most of all, it's a space to be together. And the brief asks for these 4 layers: the waterfront, podium, ground, and this aerial level. And when we look at the waterfront level, clear thing seems to be to make it more naturalistic and much more active. So our proposal is to just break this stiff, weird-shaped man-made ellipse and bring it alive and blend with the nature of the water and let people get close to that water with cascading platforms, places for boats to berth, water sports, beach, and wetlands. The podium level has this barren landscape at the moment, and it feels that the key thing is making this really engaging. So we're trying to design from your emotion first. So we've got a ring of activity, and we have this weird wall, and our proposal is to bring that wall alive with pop-ups and animation, and to bring the lawn and all these other elements into activity instead of this sort of stasis that we've found ourselves in. The ground level feels like we want to accept it, embrace it, love it, enhance it, and use it to become a key part of this multi-level art center. And so we put new clusters of program around, the additional 2,000 square meters on the ground level and an additional 500 square meters in a raised level. And when we look at the aerial component, the key part for us is healing. It's ridiculous that there is so much road slamming through, so you don't even notice the island. Most people in Seoul don't even know the island's there in their feelings because there isn't even a bump in the road. And so it seems symbolically and physically for people on the island, it's about connecting it together. And so our idea was to create an urban hike so that we activate all the different levels of the park, but also add this other level. And looking at the notion of music and landscape, thinking how we can bring those together and be informed by their three-dimensionality that isn't flat. And so sort of anti-flatness is driving us, and looking at how we can make a link from the east to the west and trying to make that feel seamless and symbolic, so the cars know who won and that it was the people who won, not the cars. And on this elevated walkway are 7 different spaces, which each have different activity. And they're not just a different shape above, they are shapes derived from the grid that the existing architecture has. We think it's really important to not feel like we're rejecting the architecture that's there, but embracing it. And then taking the spirit of the mountains around Seoul, and then thinking, how do we create the extremeness of the emotion and the three-dimensionality that inspires a different relationship to nature? So bending and folding those rectangular in plan sections to become something that is alive and makes new views out over the city, but also in a windswept island for much of the year, it also helps with the microclimate in slowing down the wind. So we have an explorable journey that is 1.2 kilometers long, and on that journey are a number of different places and that are each active and engaging. And we have these 2 characters. We have the dynamism of the West and performance and the main venue spaces, and then we have the calm and the nature on the East. So it comes together to make a connected ecosystem, and an ecosystem that meets the budget and is really designed to think about how will people feel. Some of the biggest consumers of Nodeul Island will not be people walking on Nodeul Island, as the previous conversation was talking about. This is people who just come through it, possibly multiple times a day, multiple times a week. So it's a really major gateway, and it seems designing that as a gateway is just as important too, alongside the experience of people on the island. And so we've developed the structure and the systems of making it, and we have had the ability to reflect over the last few months and reduce our area to get something that meets the budget and buildability. So whether you're coming from the north or the south, there's something to hopefully whet your appetite and make you curious. But it's something that in a sense is a hyper nature, which is the opposite of this very industrially built city that was rapidly developed after the Second World War, where you want something that triggers fantasy. So on the east, we're framing the forest, the eco-forest, with these walkways and raised spaces, and they're designed to have surprise and intrigue and be inviting. And on the west, we have this main large event plaza that is framed and held by this aerial walkway. And we think that this should give exciting viewpoints for events, or just exciting theatre between people, even when there aren't events happening. But it's not just about large-scale events. There are small-scale spaces embedded in the project throughout for different scales of either spontaneous performance or things that are planned and programmed. So we have incredible outdoor spaces, and we have informal performance spaces embedded in the landscape. Within the landscape, we have 500 square meters of internal program, so that there are spaces for refreshment and all year round, because Seoul has extreme weather, places that people can come together. And the whole of Nodeul Island really is about play and triggering the imagination in different ways that the space can be used, and deliberately making meandering paths. So the whole of the walkway is accessible for wheelchair users. So we've got a gradient that works throughout. And the whole point really is to immerse you in landscape and trigger different kinds of emotions than you might normally get in conventional parks, which are just set on the ground. And the plant species we're looking at are indigenous to Seoul, and we've been looking at the 22 national parks and looking at what are the species that are most hardy and have the best benefits all year round, and looking at how we can get the balance between hardscape and softscape, and also this balance of seasonality, so that we have planting that works in the winter as well as the summer, with these great extremes that you have here in Seoul. But the three-dimensionality at this higher level, we know it changes your emotion and how you feel of it. And at the New York, they have the High Line, but that's working with a relatively level starting point. And this allows us to do something that we think can be very special within the city, but most of all, make you feel something very different than you can feel in other parts of cities. And in terms of the materiality of the project, when thinking how we can create shade in the summer, as well as the mitigating wind, the raised levels seem important, but it means the underside feels like it must be magical in some way. And by using a reflective metal surface that is undulating, it gives the potential for this amplification of whatever's happening on the ground, the way the light is hitting the ground, the way people are moving. And our structure is just based on the same grid that goes together with the buildings that are there. We are going to be building this above 2 of the existing structures, and then it lifts off into these 7 different clusters. And it's based around a space frame and a tray of landscape above, and the reflective coating underneath. And we're excited to work with different artists on the columns to embed into the in situ concrete different forms, artistic expression throughout the project, so that it's a pleasure discovering the different columns throughout. And the key to the waterfront, as other speakers have spoken about, is this trying to really get back closer to the water. The city has sliced itself off from the water with these harsh roads everywhere. And so the preciousness of being able to be on boardwalks on the water, on stepping stones on the water, being able to walk out across the marshy land to the north of the island, which originally was connected more to broader Seoul. And the potential for pools of water, and really exploring how we can soften the edges to the maximum amount to give the broadest amount of experiences, so you have an adventure whenever you're there. And then the floating stage just adds the extra potential for animation by day and animation by night. And with the podium, we have this extraordinary massive wall, which we think is a great opportunity, again, to work with artists and designers and creative people within Seoul to bring it alive. And so there's the flooded condition that happens a number of times a year. So how can we make there be life in that mode? But then when the water recedes, how can we make something that then opens up and comes alive like a flower blooming? And we think there's a lot of potential for designing hardy solutions to this wall that currently feels like it pushes you away. And so if you can imagine the artworks on this wall now spreading across all the wall, we think that it can be something really, truly amazing. And the potential to have film screenings happening, and if there was anywhere in the world we can get incredible screens, it's here in Seoul, embedded into a wall like this. And the ability to explore different media and always have exciting things happening. Also, it's key to connect the higher level and the lower level. So we're adding 4 more stairs and elevators so that it really feels like these aren't disconnected lands. At the ground level, we are just making 2 or 3 punctures through the existing buildings, but we want the whole spirit of the existing buildings to join together with the elevated structures to make something where the interplay of the 2 of them is something really exciting and interesting. Even the additional program that we've been asked to include can be embedded and friendly with that. And so our elevated structure is framing views out and framing views into the space. And we think can be something that makes unique views wherever you are within the project. And unexpected found spaces, which are the chemistry between the existing buildings and this structure. So we think there's incredible potential. The whole point is to have a place a mad island. And that seems to be key, somewhere where you just sort of smile and there's always something that's happening there, something that inspires people to be their most imaginative self, and to be the opposite of the pragmatism in a more straightforward way that the city has seen since the Second World War. Thank you.
Who wants to start? Go.
Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. I have a question. I read your paper design report with great interest. Like you wrote about the history of the city and future development as well. So like you know how it developed like previously in the north first, like the last couple of decades in the south, and then there are some urban problems. So we thought that this is not just an architectural project, single project, it's more like kind of like starting point of like larger urban, transformation. How you envision this, what kind of role it can play in that context?
Well, I know that the city this is just a catalyst. This is just one piece of bringing the whole river alive. And so I suppose even this incredible, this is extraordinary. Us as competitors presenting in front of each other, this to me shows a very fresh approach of the city to the river. So I feel like we're in a showcase. We're the guinea pigs for incredible ambition for the whole city, but that the river is the opportunity, and it's the opportunity that other cities don't have. And so I think that Seoul is clever to be saying, what should we do with the river, and using Nodeul Island in a way as a manifesto, it seems to me.
네, 저 궁금한 게 하나가 있습니다.
I have a question. In your presentation, you talked about scale. In your presentation, you talked about scale. For example, you compared Seoul with the Thames and Paris, and you talked about the different scales of different cities at the beginning of your presentation. You compared the Thames and Seine to the Han River. Within the 1 kilometer scale of the Han River, you talked about how we should use this space. Could you extrapolate? In this scale of the Han River, what space needs to be built for this project to succeed? And how should it be seen to become an iconic design?
I suppose extending what I was saying about it being a manifesto for the city, it's big, but it's also very small. And there are other islands in the city, and many cities fail to bring their river alive, and many cities fail to bring river transport alive, and many cities have the problem of roads being built on the edges of their rivers, so people don't feel they can get to it. So it feels like you have to amplify even stronger something that's sort of in the wrong place to inspire other things to happen. So I suppose my sense is that what matters is doing something that is perceived to be very ambitious, and that some people might like, some people might dislike, but they feel that it's been designed for people first, and that was our priority. And the scale of the river makes people very small. The scale of the roads makes people very small. So we've tried to see whether within the massiveness we can find intimacy, because I think places we like aren't actually massive often, they're small. So I think that's what we've been trying to wrestle with, is how to get that, the emotion of feeling you're leaving the city behind and going to this special, special place, but also the emotion of people in the city feeling excited that something that that they didn't expect to happen, that they wouldn't think would ever happen, to actually happen.
So, I briefly want to ask you, when you think about the possible success of a project like this, would be the higher level of the project, or call it the columns or the raised landscape, would that be the success you would make with this island, or is it the combination of the two? What is the most exciting part of your design, do you think? Is it the higher level or the lower level of the project? That's one question. And the second question is, you know that in this brief, there was not an aspect given to you how you would connect this island from the shore. But how would you see, if this would become a real success, this project, how would you connect it? Because as you know, the pedestrian quality on the main bridge is not very good. So what is your idea on how to connect this island?
Brilliant question. So first thing is, I believe that things that touch people are very little. You can get incredible joy from a lift button or how the toilets are done on this island, as much as a spectacular structure. And I think we need both. We need the large and the small. So in one sense, the success of this project will be that there are 200 moments which touch you and you feel I have cared about you. And at the moment, there's hardly anything that feels like it cared about you. Yep. But then there's also something that symbolizes all those little moments. And so I think that the elevated landscape and elevated hike, in a sense, that is you could say that's the one thing that we're focusing on, because it will symbolize and it makes an unusual silhouette. And I think that, you know, we were talking, there was earlier in the conversations was about silhouette and the power of silhouette. And I think quite often things in plan are very different than in silhouette. And so we've been designing this very much for how the silhouette will make you feel and invite you. And I think the materiality should be something of that triggers feelings that are exciting. The columns are secondary to that. But I think the columns are a big opportunity because they'll be lurking everywhere. And if we certainly shouldn't see them as the same thing, but we think that within the vehicle of a cylinder, that is the structure that we need, we can have expression. We've experimented on other projects we've done with embedding three-dimensionality without it costing that much more. As long as you're less than about 30 millimeters, you're not having to change the reinforcing bars. So from that point of view. In your second question about connectivity, I wish I could dig out for you what we did before, because there's an amazing potential for a low bridge underneath. So on the north, the bridge across has the big archways underneath the road and a concrete bars going across. So we could put in, there's no need for river traffic through there, because it used to be even fully connected. That's where we'll probably become marshland. But it's a perfect place where you can drop down a deck underneath the road on structure that exists already. I think we were told not to show that, but we've actually got a whole scheme. And then on the south side, the opposite. We think we pop a pedestrian walkway using the existing bridge, but popped high. So you're walking high between the two sides of the arches. But we do think that cycling, pedestrian, special walkways are worth doing, and we hope, we're talking about phasing, that that's the kind of thing that we would be kind of trying to edge for over time, because it doesn't feel okay that you have to be there, sort of there with all the traffic next to you, to get there, or that you have to always get minibuses. And we think that so when we studied this, high level on the south, the low level is wonderful because you're really close to the water and we're just using the existing structure. So we don't think we should build another bridge. And I know there were proposals for other bridges. We don't need that. We can borrow the structure, we think, from there, and we don't need any more artistic expression. You want it to be as exotic when you're on the island as possible. We don't think we need 1 million extra lines towards it.
It's interesting, but there's an audacity to these. I start these conversations, that'll be the conversations we're having in the jury. And it touches what you were talking about, that and there's an extraordinariness that you're interested in that has to do with the whole direction of the project in an iconic sense. But I was going to ask, to me, it's an outrageousness in it, and then in terms of the history of the city, urbanistically, only 50 years ago, the south side of the city were rice fields. And we're now looking at a piece of landscape floating in the air in the most kind of extraordinary way in terms of just gravity and loading, et cetera, that 50 years later, right, there's this piece of land, right? And so it makes it quite unique. And I guess I was asking, I was looking at that last image, would this thing work with 5 of them versus, and you're treating it, I'm asking a question now, systematically versus idiosyncratically, and these are very special, unique, and I'm trying to think what takes place in there. A wedding, some extraordinary thing takes place because you're in this displaced landscape. And when you're in it itself, and you're not even aware of the structure, it's this extraordinary piece that's floating in space, right? It's giving you both it's giving you both sky and ground simultaneously, which is the project, right? And I'm just asking, would it, as you pursue this, would it work with instead of systematically, would it work as a more unique event in your thinking? I'm also thinking of its alignment with resources, budget, etc.
Well, we've worked with the resources and with the budget. The previous round we had no budget, and so we've been given a quite precise budget, and so we've been working with our cost consultants. But I think it's easy to get, if we did one bit that was the shiny raised bit, I think it would get lost, and that it's actually important to have the symbol of stitching together the east and the west and undominating the road, even though we're not reducing the lanes of the road or anything. So I think it's very important that it goes across. It was interesting, we've been through the exercise, we've reduced the area by 40%. And I was really worried that if you reduce the area by 40%, there would be a moment where it broke. And actually, we found it could take it, and still. But you notice we're not crossing the road twice. We're only crossing the road once, because in elevation, whether it's once or twice, I don't believe that matters. The important thing is the gateway, so that you have the symbolism crossing the river. And so, in effect, we're trying to be in this S. We're trying to be as effective as possible. We shrunk that down, but found it was just the right size.
I guess it's a no-brainer to talk about your previous project in New York City, where I live, the little island. But here, the columns and then particularly the supporting part looks much more performative, interactive as well. Do you see any, what might be major differences and similarities between this structure and that structure?
I mean, I think we see them as quite different, because you never go underneath, and there's no internal program.
Yeah.
Whereas this is creating a shade and creating a landscape that holds you. So it feels, and totally different materiality.
Yeah.
And actually, 90% of the work, or 80% of the work, is going to be those 200 moments throughout, because that's what's going to hit me. On Little Island, the project you're referring to in New York, it was really interesting. The client said, we want whimsy, and we all had cringed at the idea of that. And there's bits where you stand and play musical instrument on the ground. I don't know if you've been to it. that's as loved as another bit. So these small moments are really connect with people, and we learn to love those tiny things as well.
Also, like this artificiality of the island, in terms of artificiality, I was curious, like, following Tom, putting like symbol of nature supported by shining metal, and you talked about hyper-reality. So were you thought about this?
Well, it feels like, we are obviously very deliberately doing that, but it feels like in this hyper-digital era that we're in, and a time when people are more pulled apart from each other, what brings us together when the rhythms of life are being pulled apart? So we're seeing it as hyper-physical in a hyper-digital era. So in a way, we're turning that knob as much as you can. And we also have used this material before in different ways, and know that the emotional effect of the movement that you see in that can be really extraordinary, and the way it amplifies what's happening on the ground. So I think that hyper should be powerful. We all learned quite an interesting lesson in New York on the High Line, because the High Line, if somebody said to you, I'm going to make a park, and it's about 10 meters wide, about 2 miles long, and you're just going to walk along it, you wouldn't say, wow. But just the act of it being lifted just changes suddenly all your emotion is different from how you see. So I think that the power of something like this is making the normal that you look at, the roads that shouldn't be on the edge of the river, and the buildings around, seeing them through a different light. And in New York with the little island, we certainly wanted people to get away from the city. But you've got far better sight, because you've got a proper river that we are in the middle of. So it's just incredible. So I think it offers opportunities that you can dream of. That's what's so amazing about the project.
Thank you.
And that's why we're all being tortured here in the teams.
Anybody else?
끝으로 한 가지만 더 질문하겠습니다.
Yes, I have one more question. I was thinking about this while listening to you. Do you know the traditional Korean houses and the traditional Korean roof tiles called kiwa? Maybe you were inspired by the traditional Korean tiles, roof tiles, kiwa? I wanted to know.
I stayed in Hanok last time when I was in Seoul, and I'm totally in love with the traditional architecture and the richness of it, and the excuses for textures and shadows. And so many new buildings in new places don't have enough texture and shadow and detail. So that was what was very inspiring for me. But I'm not an expert on the roof, so maybe you could teach us a bit about that. But we'd love that.
I think inspiration can come from different places and unexpected places, but under the structure we have a specific texture which is very different from what people usually use. And maybe it's because I'm Korean, but I felt a Korean vibe. I felt a Korean roof tile vibe. That's why I asked you.
Well, I think that the rectangularness was also part of that. But I suppose this project has been driven to some extent by an intuition and a passion for Korean culture, as we've had the chance to be coming back here a number of times.
Okay, I think we're complete. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, for our seventh and final presentation, would we talk to Sung Sho Shin, please?
Good afternoon. I am very honored to give this presentation. This is a very ambitious project, and this dialogue is very impressive. So I will just dive right into it. My title is The One Stage. That's my central concept. This is the old photo of Nodeul Island. There are a variety of activities happening on the island. Another thing I'd like to draw your attention to is about 10 years ago. This is like the first urban agriculture park. It was like a vegetable garden for Seoul. So there have been a variety of projects conducted on this island. And if I summarize those projects in three words, it's ecology, music, and civic engagement. And we like to weave these keywords into this project and create one stage surrounded by a garden of civic engagement. So many people visit. Actually, they pass through the Nodeul Island, about 180,000 people per day. And in the vicinity, there are many important business districts. And this is the only area in which you can have a 360-degree view of Seoul. However, unfortunately, this is a very difficult island to be accessed on foot or bicycle, so people just pass through the island. And as you can see on all this data, the wind is very strong on the island, so it's very difficult to stay outdoors more than 30 minutes. So the island spans over 1 kilometer, and we wanted to create a pedestrian loop, and we wanted to give a layers to it, the sky loop and the eco loop, and we wanted to create a microclimate so that people can stay comfortably and make this into a meeting place for nature and people. And in the center, horizontally and vertically, we wanted to create a social gardening platform to connect the surrounding buildings and the outdoors. So we have multi-level loops, and we have multi-ground levels, and you can see the surrounding 360 degrees, and there are proscenium arches on either side that opens up, and then we wanted to bridge the people and the landscape together. This is what it looks like. So I'd like to talk about our design strategy. We wanted to connect place, people, mobility, and the culture. So we wanted to connect the building connections with the landscape connections. And Nodeul Island it has a lot of buildings, so the access point is only about 3.5 meters, and the music hall is located in the back, so people can really see this. So I believe that we thought the connection of the landscape or the scenery is more important than the connection of the building. And many people pass through the island, so we wanted to show some kind of a visual framework where the nature and the cultures come together. This is the echo loop, and we have these openings on either side, verging on the east and west axis, and they are connected with these vertical cores. This is what you see from the west and the east side. And the second strategy is currently this is a passing grounds, but we wanted to create a meeting grounds. So we wanted to create a panorama of Seoul, vibrant with encounters. And there's a pedestrian bridge, but we wanted to relocate that to the edge because it kind of blocks access to other spaces. And according to the brief that we received, this is where some 6,000 people visit daily, but the central square is rather small. So we wanted to make some changes to the central space because currently it's got no shades, and we wanted to relocate the pedestrian walk and the bridges to the periphery. And the Sky Loop and the Eco Loop will connect to the central space. So we wanted to bring in the various panorama into the island and also bring the greeneries into the inner part of the island. This is, you're looking towards the west, and this is the willow garden that people use a lot. This is what you see through the proscenium arch. And there are 18 vertical cores, and it creates stages in between those vertical cores. So you have to go through these stages or openings to reach outside. And third strategy is to change the isolated path into a linked path. If you go to the basement of the buildings, the pathway is about 2.8 meters. It's very narrow. So in terms of circulation, we want to create pathways in which people can move slowly, like a bikeway or bicycle way or walkway, so that we want to decrease people's dependency on automobiles to reach this island. And also there's a plaza, and we have the social gardening or social gardening platform. And on top, there's the Sky Loop. So they're very closely connected. So people can very easily move from the center to the periphery. The view that you're looking at is the outdoor walkway, and you see the vertical cores. These part, is placed on top of the road, so the cars will pass beneath this space. This is 30-meter and 40-meter level sky loops. And inside the sky loop, you can there's a walking pathway, and there's a viewing path, and we would like to create spaces to park bicycles, and we want to turn the hard edges into soft edges. As you know, there is a pop-up wall. The wall itself is about 2 kilometers, and the river edge is 1.6 kilometers. Currently, we want to cover the concrete pop-up walls with greeneries, and we wanted to make the river edges more nature-friendly. And we have the eco loop on the upper side, and it's a louver, and it can also be used as a gutter to collect or process rainwaters. So it's an eco loop. And this is the upper eco loop. The louvers, the interval's about 900 millimeters. This is a floating stage. The floating stage also has lots of vegetation and plants. And the stage is linked to many artificial plant islands. And we also want to transform closed stages to open stages where people can enjoy a variety of culture and art. And these stages are located in the far back, so people can't, it's not really visible to people. So we want to create this loop for circulation, and we want to expose the backstage so that you can see the stage from inside and outside as well. And we can offer a backstage tour, some eco tour, and also we can create event circulation. This part is important. There are many music festivals and music performances, and sometimes it's left empty when there aren't any events. And so we wanted to create some kind of ecological experiences, or perhaps offer some education for performing arts or for music. So it can be used as an educational facility. This is from the west side. You see floating stages, and you see pedestrian walkway and the loops. This is seen from the inside. We see many stages. And from the west side, there are two big openings. It's about 20-meter high openings on either east and west side. There are 18 vertical cores, and at the foot of these vertical cores, there are small art pavilions. We wanted to activate the periphery. So in order to do that, we need some supporting facilities like lounge or studios or even public bathrooms. So we need those support facilities, and it can be located through the vertical cores. Like for vertical core number 15, it opens up to the playground, and so we can put in some locker rooms. And between the vertical cores, you can place stages, and on the east side, we got treetop walkways. Also, we have social gardening platform, which stands about 30 meters above sea level. It's very important because it connects the ecological pavilions and the music programs. and cultural programs. Currently, the music hall, on top of the music hall, this space right here, especially the rooftop, is in between the sky loop, which is about 30 meters high, and another loop is 24.5 meters. So we wanted to enhance the accessibility from both sides. And we see the eco loops is layered, it's louver, and at the same time, it creates shades. And it's also a facade, and it's got multifunctions, as you can see. You can grow greeneries at a 30-meter level. We can plant the seedlings. Citizens can donate the trees, and also we can create spaces as a nursery. These are stage spaces. At the plaza level, as I said, you can reach through PM or bicycles. It can accommodate about 4,000 people. And even with that many people, it can have a comfortable access, and there are emergency exits. And there are a variety of stages that is linked to the pathway. This is landscaping. We have a variety of plants, starting from the reeds. And we have a forest that works as a first filter that blocks the pollutants. And we have the secondary barrier forest. And also, we wanted to use vegetation to overcome these hard-edged retaining walls. So these are the details of the louver. For floating stages, sound quality.
Your time's up.
I'll try to wrap up. So the sound quality is important. And you can, it affords high quality sound, and you can access this floating stage from different directions. And I'd like to close by playing a very short video. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Do you see this as a beginning and infrastructure for a much larger project? We're chit-chatting by ourselves here, and could imagine a university showing up, or some kind of a serious scale public, right, or civic facility. You see it as a beginning of, again, think of it urbanistically versus architecturally. What's your own sense of where you've got at this point?
I talked about it during my presentation. the nodal line at the center is very blocked, and the periphery cannot be accessed. So we want to open up the center, and we want to activate the edges. The edge part could be a starting point to move out into the river. Like the stage is it's a floating stage. Also, we created some plant islands, so it's you have a visual extension into the city or to the opposite shores. Thank you for the presentation. You opened up the center. It's very different, and you brought in more activity into the center, and I agree with that. But on the other side, then you show the urban landscape through a proscenium arch, a frame. We have a sky loop at 30-meter level, and with the exception of the 18 vertical cores, the rest of the spaces are open outwards. So we wanted to give a dramatic access to the outside. So that's was the effect that I was going for. At skywalk at 30-meter or 40-meter level, it seems closed. You saw a cross-section of it. But if you move towards the edge, it opens up more. So depending on the location, the openness varies. The more you approach the edge, it opens out a bit more. And the eco loop, the louvers, we are not going to plant vegetations in its entire loop, and some part will be left open to afford some views, and some part will work as a LED media wall. So it has a variety of functions. Another thing I'm curious. This is one stage, so it should be viewed as one stage. But context of the inside and outside could be different. So I'd like to know how you respond to different contexts in forms of the shape and the function of the stage. The form of the stage, it's designed to respond to the outside landscape. For instance, the business district in the future will see more high-rises. So it opens up to on a higher level, and we opened up a lower part in other areas to show the activities in the podium. And regarding the west side, this is one of citizens' favorite space. They call it the willow tree forest. And we wanted to give a very open view. So there are many openings of this loop, and the level is 15 meters or 20 meters. And you could invite out programs like restaurants and other events. It looks very open, but I think it's a very strong gesture. If you look at other designs, they're rather light, but it seems you are very heavy on the materiality in your design. Well, we talked about the icon today. Nodeul Island is the middle of this huge river, and it has a span of 1 kilometer. So it has a very overwhelming scale. So I thought it has to be strong. So, and I thought that we need something horizontal, some horizontal statement. That was my approach. And yes, I did think that it's in some way you might feel kind of blocked. But at 30-meter level, when you use it as a pedestrian walk, it's very open. The only blocked views comes from the 18 vertical cores, and the sky part, the aerial part at 30 to 40-meter level, especially if you go to the periphery, it's very open to the river, and also you can look towards inside the center of the island, and you can concentrate on what's happening on at the center of the island. That was my concept.
Other question I had to you is, I was quite surprised that you introduced so many vertical connections towards the ring. Why did you do that? Because in a way, did you do a calculation of how many people could come up there? Is it related to the density of the amount of people being up there, or because it's not a stadium or whatever, So how many people are up there, and how many connections do you really need, or are there other reasons why you made these connections?
Well, in designing this space, and I showed it to my staff, and they said it looks like a sports stadium. I heard that too. But it's not meant as a stadium. Basically, this is a walkway, the sky walkway, and the width is about 8 meters. So it's not that big a space. And in the brief, the island should have a space where 6,000 people can visit daily. But let's take an example of toilets or bathrooms. We counted about there are like 30. We need like 30 toilets, like for women. But what I'm saying is that the current infrastructure is not enough to accommodate that many people. So 6,000 people a day, and if there's a festival or some big event, it's going to have more people. More people will gather, and with a width of 2 meters, 3 meters, I don't think it's possible. And the Central Plaza, as I said, it's so focused on connecting the buildings. It's only 2 to 3 meters, but the central square, if we have a big event, some emergency could rise, or we need lots of vehicle access to support these events. So all these were taken into consideration, and I could not go into the detail, but so the flow as the way I designed it, it has about 8 meter or 9 meter
PT 정말 잘 봤고요.
spaces. Thank you for the presentation. These are the circular loops, and it's erected like a wall. So the surface area probably is not that big, but it just looks very big. And I'm sure you consider the surface area. The area itself is not that big, but it looks big, or is it actually, is the area really big? And you have to do the project within the budget, and also we have issues with maintenance and the aftercare of these facilities. So the scale seems very big and immense. So is it just my perception, or is it actually that big? Well, I think it's just perception, I think. For instance, among the slides you saw, in the past, Nodeul Island was used as a vegetable garden. It was a 10,000 square meter garden. If you look, the area of the Louvre is about 6,000 square meter. And they are layered on top of each other, so that's why you think it's bigger than it actually is. And it's the loop is just circles the island on the outside, so the scale seems bigger. And the sky loop at 30 or 40 meters inside and outside. So such overlapping images can give the impression that the scale is big. So you want to use the existing loops, right? Is my interpretation correct? What are you saying? You want to use the upper part of the existing canal. So all you're doing is like creating a wall? Sorry, I didn't understand. So you are putting a wall across, and you want to connect the existing spaces. So existing space, you're not really extending or expanding the existing spaces, right? That's right. We have 18 vertical cores, and when you put the old area, it's slightly less than 2,000 square meters. And we got spaces underneath the vertical cores, and we have space meeting the ground. These are small spaces, but these are spaces that can be used to support what's happening on the island, the various activities. So they form as an art pavilion. So this is not a roof, it is a wall. And so these are walls. So during the winter, it gets very cold, and it's probably frozen during the winter. And so on the east side, the wall is very high, and probably during the winter it's very icy and be very difficult to access during the winter. So when you put up a wall, the current green area, I'd like to know what happens to the green area, because the wall itself will create a big shade. I have my landscape expert with me. Regarding shade, we selected species that can thrive in the shades. And the soil depth is very shallow, 30 to 40 centimeters. So some plants can thrive in permanent shade. And depending on the levels, we have different landscaping plants. And also some part will be underwater during floods. So we have more aquatic plantations that can withstand floods. And also we're not going to plant all throughout, but at 30-meter level, we wanted to give some space that people can donate their plants or trees. So some part will be empty, some part will be planted, and some part will be left open for viewing. And in some part, we can install solar panel and create energy. These are my plan.
It's interesting because it seems that this opportunity to speak to the author aligns us. We're about to sit down and discuss each project. And the idea is that we have the same conceptual thinking they do, right? And it's an opportunity because I look at this and it doesn't seem like we're quite clear that. It seems to me like it's an extremely urban project that requires a very large population. And it reminds me of a Roosevelt Island. We were on the island looking at the city. I'm looking at I think it's really kind of interesting. You're at bleachers and sitting places, observing the city itself. And yet I'm not quite clear on and then you've absorbed in this large defined space and a very clear space, right? It's a singular space. It includes a park, which is the forest. And then it has an edge. And I'm not quite clear yet. And that's why I was asking, is there something in the future urbanistically? And again, in competitions, and we'll talk about this in a minute as we wrap it up, the usefulness in a competition to the client, to the city, is you people bringing broad ideas that allow us to really expand our understanding of the opportunities of this project, right? And in many cases, they're going to be, even if they're not chosen as the winner, they hugely expand kind of opportunities which show up in the final project. And that's usefulness for the city to go through this process. And then again, and then part of it is then going to connect to your broader strategy, what you bring to the table, right? And it seems like in this one, if I'm reading it correctly, again, I'm not quite sure, it seems like there's a clear kind of larger idea that's very urbanistic, and the images you're showing right here are perfect, that you brought the city onto the island, right? And now you're looking back at the both halves of the city. And it's a kind of a very classic Il de Cité. We've looked at different examples today, right? That we could talk about that. But I want to make sure, and we're about to argue that, and I'm not clear that we're in alignment if that's our definition and your definition. And it is important to kind of culminate these things so we have some notion that, right, we've got an architect that agrees with our interpretation of the project, right? Am I helping you at all? Just because it seems that these are quite clear. They have a kind of a very clear kind of reading to them. You want to make it, you've got 18 seconds. You want to make a final comment or something? And they're strategic. They're about an urban thinking.
Yes, you are correct. So this is not a park, but a garden in a city. That's a very central concept.
All right. Thank you so much. I think you want me to say a few last words. Am I correct?
Yes, thank you very much for staying until the end of the presentations. This concludes the presentation parts. I'd like to thank all the architects for making the presentations today. Why don't you stand up, architects? and acknowledge the audience. Thank you very much for your hard work. The jury chief, Tom Main, would you like to say a few words, wrapping up?
Do you want me to say
today's
something?
presentation?
I started saying it in the last presentation. I think this is kind of an unusual opportunity for you to listen, and it keeps a very open, transparent process as you're about to look at the final selection of this. And as we talk about it, and it's quite unusual actually. These are usually quite private, and to be in public. And a lot of you, I assume, are architects. We're kind of tough on each other in private, and you have to be. We're very kind of, in terms of these conversations. I think here it's become kind of evident. First of all, which is very obvious, we're here to continue in alignment with an understanding of the project. So it gives the architect a particular time to talk about and make clear their intentions of the project. So we're in agreement. So when we choose something, there's an agreement that we have an architectural group that has presented something that is in alignment with what we thought we're presenting as a project, as we represent something for the city of Seoul in this case. And I think with that would be, we're looking for broad objectives and ideas that articulate a problem we think that are the most coherent and the most provocative or the most connected to the potential of that project. And in that process, we're looking at potential. For me, it was extremely fascinating, really, really interesting site, incredibly powerful kind of a project for the future of the city, as another increment of accretional growth of the city. And as I look at it, as all of us did, we're looking at things, and I'm going, I'm taking home kind of notions of I had certain ideas when I came into this, and now I'm going, I'm really going to think it is about edge. It has some iconic notion. It has something to how you see it from edge. We could go on, and that we ourselves have become educated in the nature what this project is that allows us to hopefully make a good decision as we collectively now discuss our various viewpoints of this project, right? And then the most difficult part, which we're about to do in closed session, and which I would think you would be interested in, would be the broader aspirations. And now I don't know what the answer is because I haven't worked with this group of people, but a competition offers potential which is not necessarily literal. It's not the project, it's a broad idea to the project. You're looking at a group of people, and as you know, if you've done it or your process of it, you're working very intensely for a couple months, and you're working with ideas. And it's in no way a finished project. In fact, the notion is to uncover the real idea that you're going to pursue and now spend X amount of years producing it if you get the competition, right? And with that idea might be just a vague, that's why I ask certain questions. Well, does it need all of these? Can it be this? Is it this? Because it doesn't have to be literal. And in fact, and you're pushing boundaries. I've been on competitions where they didn't use the same site, and it was an intelligent thing, and it changed the whole project, and they won, right? By completely violating the thing because they thought about something, and they came up with a better idea, which the city, the group, whatever, agreed to. And so when you're looking at these, it's open to ideas, and our notion is just to respond to potential. And this is an interesting project because it has really enormous potential. And I think now when we go into the next session, we're looking at not just the literal project, but we're looking at the aspiration of that project because it's not a fixed thing. It's part of the city, and it's going to take place over centuries, decades for sure. Okay? And this could be the beginning of something, and it represents the continuation from the fact that there was a river or 1/3 the width, which I didn't even know. I did a competition on this thing 10 years ago. I didn't even know I didn't know it was a real island. And all of a sudden I look at the thing and I go, I got 3 times bigger, and this is a piece of land that's left over that's just taller. So it's just pragmatic. They didn't want to move Earth, right? It's fascinating. And so to begin with, you're realizing it's not even nature. And it starts, and now it's an island, and now it has things, it has bridges that connect it, it has certain functions already, public functions, and this is just the next layer of growth of the city as it now becomes more concretized, right? As it becomes more kind of developed in this thing, and as part of a process, and it makes it extremely kind of fascinating and very dynamic process. And what we'll be looking at right now, we'll be looking at it in those broad terms. It's not just a singular project, it's part of a broad process of city making. And we go at it now. Okay, terrific.
좋은 말씀 총평 감사드립니다. 예.
Thank you for the comment. And we are currently conducting a survey. So please scan the QR code and pick your favorite proposal. The leaflets will contain the QR code as well, and the survey will continue until the 31st. And of course, the result of the survey will not be weighed on the final decision. And deliberation will also be streamed live, so we'd like to ask for your attention. Thank you for participating. Please check the screen because we're going to have a lucky draw, so check the numbers on your bracelet. And if you're picked, you can pick up your gift on your way out. Thank you.
Thank you.